Chapter 134. Unfortunately, when he was chasing Sun Yukai, he encountered a fire beast, which caused the demon to escape. After Wang Lin came out of the volcano, he immediately used his divine sense to search for the demon. At this time, the demon had devoured more than 10 people, and his cultivation had recovered to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. He thought that he could completely ignore Wang Lin's control and ferociously charged at him. Wang Lin's eyes were cold, and red lightning flashed in his eyes. The demon screamed as if he had been struck by lightning and quickly retreated. How could Wang Lin let him do as he wished? He took a step forward and reached out with his right hand. The attraction spell turned into an invisible hand that grabbed the demon. The demon immediately begged for mercy, but Wang Lin ignored him. His G-Realm Divine Sense kept stabbing the demon. His control of his G-Realm Divine Sense was very good. Every time the demon was about to collapse, he would stop for a moment. Green smoke came from the demon's body, and his screams became weaker and weaker until he completely stopped. The fear in the demon's eyes had reached its peak. This time, he was afraid of Wang Lin from the bottom of his heart. Wang Lin's cold eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. He stared at the demon and coldly said, "If you do it again, you will die." The demon was terrified and panicked. He had yet to recover from the shock and kept mumbling. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the piece of metal flew out. The demon didn't need Wang Lin to remind him. He quickly turned into a red light and entered it. The piece of metal flashed a few times before returning to the bag of holding. Wang Lin looked around at the corpses that the demon had devoured. He was silent for a while. His current mentality was very different from before the upheaval in Zhao. Before, Wang Lin's personality was filled with the simple and honest aura of a mountain village youth. But now, this simple and honest aura had disappeared along with the death of his family. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. If he couldn't even protect himself and his family, what reason would he have to be so merciful? Situ Nan had wanted to enter the demonic path many times. Before, Wang Lin had always resisted, but after dying once, he no longer had any reason to resist. So what if I become a demon? Wang Lin sneered. He waved his hand, and all the corpses around him disappeared. He then leaped into the air. In the sky above a mountain range that was rarely seen in Ho Fun, Wang Lin flew around and chose a location. He landed on the mountain and carved out a cave. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the cave was completed. Wang Lin walked in. He then used some rocks to place a confusion formation outside the cave and sealed the east gate. After doing all of this, he sat down cross-legged and took out the bags of holding from Sun Yukai and the Black-Robed Man. After searching them with his divine sense, he took out 3 pieces of jade. Wang Lin placed the first piece of jade on his forehead. After checking it for a bit, he pondered a bit and put it on the side. This piece of jade recorded a cultivation method of the evil demon sect called the Carefree Azura spell. The evil demon sect was a demonic sect in Ho Fun. Most of their cultivation methods were heard of. This great freedom Shura art had a total of 6 levels. It focused on cultivating the merciless path of the Shura. By killing people to train one's heart, one would enter the merciless path. By immersing oneself in the merciless path, one would create a Shura soul and use it to replace one's nascent soul. This was the power of the great freedom Shura art. Cultivating this cultivation method had a strict requirement at the beginning. One had to kill 1 person every day. Wang Lin thought for a bit and guessed that the Black-Robed Man must have cultivated this great freedom Shura art. This piece of jade must have come from his bag of holding. Wang Lin wasn't very interested in this cultivation method, but he was interested in some of the spells recorded inside. Although these demonic spells were cruel, they were very practical. After picking up the second piece of jade, Wang Lin scanned it with his divine sense and revealed a happy expression. This piece of jade only recorded 1 spell, the False Earth Escape Technique. The False Earth Escape Technique was one of the 5-element escape techniques. This 5-element escape technique was very famous, and it was known as a great technique during ancient times. Even after the destruction of the ancient cultivation world and the emergence of the Cultivation Alliance, the five-element escape technique was still very rare, and its name was even more mysterious. However, the five-element escape technique was too famous, so it naturally spawned many branches. Most of these branches used the name of the five-element escape technique, but compared to the real escape technique, they were only scratching the surface. The piece of jade in Wang Lin's hand wasn't the real five-element escape technique. It was only a bit more advanced than those scratching the surface. However, just a bit more advanced was enough to make the difference between heaven and earth. Time slowly passed as he immersed himself in studying the false earth escape technique. It wasn't until the morning of the second day that Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes. His face revealed a hint of enlightenment. He didn't stand up, but hit the ground with his hand. His body disappeared and reappeared 30 feet away. Wang Lin's face revealed a hint of joy as he muttered to himself, "This Ma Liang's body, talent, and spirit root are much stronger than mine." Whether it is talent or spirit root, this Ma Liang's body is much stronger than mine before. Although it isn't the best, it is at least average, so it won't be too difficult to cultivate the false earth escape technique. However, it will take a long time to truly master it. Wang Lin took out the bucket of spirit liquid from his bag of holding. After taking a big gulp, he began to cultivate. Half an hour later, all the fatigue from studying the false earth escape technique was gone. He picked up the third jade slip unhurriedly and looked at it with rapt attention. It recorded some of Sun Yat-sei's daily trivia. Presumably, Sun Yukai had a hobby of recording daily matters. In this jade slip, it described his 30 years of cultivation. There is also the complicated and chaotic relationship he had with several female cultivators. Wang Lin only glanced through these things. What really interested him was Sun Yat-sei's detailed summary of all the pills he had consumed in the past 10 years. There were more than 10 types of pills mentioned. Each pill had a reaction to the body, the increase in spiritual force, and the speed at which one's cultivation increased. In addition, there were 7 or 8 pills that he was fascinated by, but never had the chance to see. After looking at it for a while, Wang Lin put away the 3 pieces of jade and continued to look through the other items in the bag of holding. Sun Yat-sei's bag of holding didn't have any treasures other than a few bottles of pills. If it was before, Wang Lin might have been confused, but after seeing Sun Yat-sei's 30 years of life, he knew that even though Sun Yukai had killed people for their treasures several times, he had spent all his money on spirit herbs to increase his cultivation. There was one item in the middle-aged man's bag of holding that caught Wang Lin's attention. It was a piece of yellow paper. A black symbol was drawn on the paper. A powerful aura was emitted from the yellow paper. Wang Lin recognized this yellow paper. He once had one. This was made by a core formation cultivator. It was a treasure pill that could unleash the full power of the creator. Holding the yellow paper, Wang Lin sneered in his heart. If the middle-aged man in black was more cautious and used this treasure, he wouldn't have died. However, it was obvious that this treasure pill was his trump card. He wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. Unfortunately, he encountered Wang Lin's extreme knowledge. He also underestimated his opponent, so he didn't even have the time to take out this treasure. Compared to this treasure pill, the other items in the bag of holding weren't worth mentioning. After organizing the spoils of war, Wang Lin touched his forehead. The heaven-defying bead slowly came out and floated in the air. Looking at the bead, Wang Lin revealed a bitter smile. At this time, the surface of the bead had once again returned to the 5 leaves. Wang Lin pondered for a while. The heaven-defying bead needed the completion of the 5 elements in order to unleash its true power. Right now, the water and fire attributes were already complete. The wood attribute was only half a step away. Only the metal and earth attributes were left before the 5 elements could be gathered. Wang Lin was looking forward to what kind of power the bead could display after the 5 elements were complete. Looking at it now, other than having a dream space, it didn't seem to have any other uses. However, how could a treasure that could destroy the body of the number 1 cultivator in Rosefinch, Situnan, be so simple? Staring at the bead, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He placed the bead between his eyebrows and shook his bag of holding. A piece of jade flew out. Wang Lin grabbed it and sent his divine sense into it. This piece of jade was made by Yang Xiong from the War God Shrine. It contained all kinds of methods and chants for refining treasures. On the way here, Wang Lin didn't have time to look at it. Now, he finally had the time to carefully study it. At this moment, the countless volcanoes in the country of Ho Fan were emitting more and more black smoke. The violent and hot spiritual energy spread across the country. In addition, many disciples from the four great sects discovered the fire beasts inside the volcanoes. They were all shocked and quickly reported this to their superiors. The four great sects were very familiar with sealing the volcanoes. They had even heard about the fire beasts inside the volcanoes. However, this was a secret that only nascent soul cultivators knew about. At this moment, in the main hall of the War God Shrine, there were 4 men and 2 women sitting on 2 sides. They were all frowning and were silent. "Everyone, what do you think of this matter?" A white-haired, withered, and yellow-skinned old man on the left asked in a deep voice. "Senior Brother Song, I've only read about this fire spirit beast in some ancient books. They say it is a type of spirit beast, but the words are a bit exaggerated. I believe that since it is a spirit beast, it can be tamed. If the 6 of us work together, I don't believe that we can't subdue a mere fire spirit beast with our nascent soul cultivation." The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a slouched waist and long sideburns. His face was like a crown jade, and he was cultured and refined. Although his voice was light, it was filled with arrogance. "When I was still in the core formation stage, I met that fire spirit beast with Master once. It's an innate fire spirit, so not only are all fire-related magic techniques useless, they even increase its power. Only cold-attributed magic techniques can slightly resist it, but if you're talking about killing it, there's no need to even think about it, much less subduing it." The beautiful woman that Wang Lin had met once said without any trace of politeness. The middle-aged scholar didn't feel awkward. He looked at the woman with affection and chuckled before shaking his head in silence. "This matter is simple. Since that fire beast has existed for a long time and has never left the volcanoes, it must be restricted by some kind of heavenly might. All we have to do is increase the strength of the seal. Rather than discussing this here, why don't we seal it as soon as possible? I'll take my leave first." The person who spoke flicked his sleeves, stood up, and walked out. This person was 6 chi tall and 3 cun long. His eyes were like a river, and his mouth was like a lake. Seeing that everyone else was silent, the old man surnamed Song said, "Forget it. I hope the appearance of this fire beast won't cause the seal to fail. According to the previous rules, we will each seal the volcanoes we are assigned to." The same scene played out in the Lu He sect, the evil demon sect, and the Serene sect. The result was almost the same. Thus, all of the nascent soul cultivators in Ho Fan began to seal the volcanoes. At this moment, the entire country of Ho Fan often saw nascent soul cultivators sealing the volcanoes. The fluctuations of spiritual energy in the world became even more intense. What caused the nascent soul experts to feel strange was that each of the volcanoes was filled with countless flame beasts. These flame beasts had cold gazes and didn't try to stop the sealing process, nor did they attack. They just quietly watched. Their expressions gave people the feeling that they were completely ignoring the seal. Gradually, the hearts of the nascent soul cultivators who were participating in the seal became heavier and heavier. Those who were previously optimistic couldn't help but change their minds. Wang Lin, who was immersed in the jade, knew all of this. Wang Lin had already guessed that the fire beast would eventually appear, but he had to wait 10 days for Lin Tao to get the map. Only then could he leave. Otherwise, go to another country to find another map would be too troublesome. On this day, there were still 4 days until the appointed time with Lin Tao. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense from the jade. He looked tired, but his eyes were filled with joy. The refining jade was profound and not something that could be mastered in a short period of time. Wang Lin had a deep understanding of this, so when he realized this, he immediately focused on refining flying swords. Carefully putting the refining jade into his bag of holding, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He waved his right hand, and the metal piece immediately flew out. It circled around his head once before stopping in front of him. After using it for a while, the size of the metal piece had been reduced by half. The edges were already a bit black. It was obvious that flying at high speeds had caused it to melt repeatedly. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and immediately put his hands together. When he pulled them apart, a few strands of spirit force appeared between his hands. These strands were the first step of the War God Shrine's refining. The refining technique of the War God Shrine was completely different from traditional refining techniques. It could be said that it was an unconventional sword. It didn't use spirit fire to refine, it didn't use molds to add arrays, and it wasn't a simple fusion of materials. It was a strange system that was unconstrained and unconstrained. This special system focused on 3 processes: adjustment, fusion, and combination. At the same time, the refining technique of the War God Shrine required a very important tool, which was a reaction furnace that was mentioned many times in the Jade. The function of the reaction furnace was to stimulate the properties of various refining materials. Only by creating the reaction furnace could one be considered to have grasped the first step of the War God Shrine's refining technique. Wang Lin's hands moved very quickly. The strands of spirit force in his hands constantly increased until they finally connected together. It was as if Wang Lin's hands were wrapped in a piece of silk, forming a sparkling spirit screen. After the spirit screen was formed, Wang Lin's hands shook and the silk slowly floated up. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and the method of creating the reaction furnace appeared in his mind. There was an extremely harsh requirement, and that was the skull of a spirit beast to be used as the body of the furnace. Wang Lin didn't know that this requirement alone caused the majority of the refining cultivators of the War God Shrine to be stuck forever. Wang Lin took a deep breath and patted his bag of holding. A snake corpse as thick as a bucket and connected to its head floated out. This snake corpse came from Su Hao's bag of holding in the outer realm. It was unknown where he obtained it, but Wang Lin didn't put it in his eyes before. At this moment, the production of the reaction furnace required the skull of a spirit beast. Thus, he took it out and gave it a try. According to Wang Lin's analysis, this snake corpse was most likely the spirit pet of a powerful cultivator in the outer realm battlefield. It died together with its master and was picked up by Su Hao when he cleaned up the battlefield. After carefully cutting off the snake's head and removing the skin and flesh, what appeared in front of Wang Lin was an oval-shaped skull. After getting rid of the red and white matter, the body of the reaction furnace was complete. Next, Wang Lin took a deep breath and carefully controlled the silk-like spirit screen to slowly attach it to the body of the reaction furnace. With a snap, cracks appeared on the skull. After a series of cracking sounds, the cracks became larger and larger. Finally, the entire skull turned into countless pieces and fell to the ground. At this moment, the spirit screen also slowly dissipated until it completely disappeared. The production of the reaction furnace had failed. Wang Lin bitterly smiled. Although he was disappointed, he was somewhat prepared. According to the Jade Slip, the success rate of making the reaction furnace wasn't high. If he wanted to increase the success rate, aside from controlling the spirit threads, the most important thing was to choose the body of the reaction furnace. The skull of a spirit beast that had just died was the best, and the skull of a powerful spirit beast was the best. If he could get his hands on the skull of a desolate beast, then the success rate would be even higher. On the other hand, if the spirit beast had been dead for a long time, then the success rate would be much lower. If it wasn't a spirit beast, then the success rate was basically 0. The quality of the reaction furnace would determine the result of refining. This was mentioned more than once in the Jade Slip. Wang Lin pondered a bit. Since the production of the reaction furnace had failed, then the only spirit beast in his bag was the snake corpse. Now that the snake's skull was broken, he couldn't continue making the reaction furnace. Wang Lin could only take a step back and choose another method to refine. He pointed at the piece of metal, and it immediately began to spin. Soon, drops of molten iron fell, and the piece of metal became smaller and smaller. Finally, As it spun faster and faster, it completely melted, leaving behind only a puddle of molten iron on the ground. The devil had already appeared. It stood on the side and secretly looked at Wang Lin. The image of a small green sword slowly floated out from the molten iron and circled around Wang Lin. Wang Lin took out a black flying sword from his bag of holding. This flying sword belonged to senior brother Sun Yukai, so it was a good opportunity for Wang Lin to take advantage of. Wang Lin pointed at the image of the small sword, and it immediately shot into the black flying sword, slowly merging with it. This method was the most direct, but also the worst. It couldn't even be considered refining. It could only be said to be like possessing someone else's body, changing the body of the flying sword. Zhao Zhioga frowned as he experimented. The flying sword was much faster than the piece of metal, but it was still a lot slower than when he was in Zhao. However, this was already the best result he could get. This time, the devil didn't wait for Wang Lin's order and obediently entered the flying sword. Wang Lin put away the flying sword and calculated the time. After resting for a bit, he took a step and disappeared without any hesitation. Wang Lin didn't know that while he was in closed-door cultivation, a heaven-shaking change had occurred in Ho Fun. The source of this change was a nascent soul cultivator from the Luhi sect. When he was sealing a volcano, the volcano he had just sealed suddenly erupted. Magma sprayed out more than 1,000 feet high. At the same time, a large amount of black smoke filled the sky. What made the nascent soul cultivator's scalp go numb was the endless amount of fire beasts that rushed out from the erupting volcano along with the magma. Among these fire beasts, there was a very large one that charged at the nascent soul cultivator. The man and beast fought, and the nascent soul cultivator was no match, so he escaped with injuries. Luckily, the fire beast didn't chase after him. Instead, they went to other volcanoes to destroy the seals. At this moment, all of the volcanoes in Hofen erupted one after another. The entire world was filled with violent fire, spiritual energy. If someone breathed in spiritual energy like this, they would go berserk. If it was serious, they would be on fire. The moment this happened, the entire country of Ho Fun was in chaos. First was the mortal realm. To mortals, these fire beasts couldn't resist at all, so the entire country of Ho Fun had to move. Next were the large and small cultivation families. These families all looked at the four great sects to see if they would fight or move. The nascent soul cultivators of the four great sects gathered at the war god shrine. After reporting this matter to the higher cultivation countries, they decisively gave the order to move. All of the disciples that went out returned to their own sects and began to move the entire country. After all, the four great sects didn't dare to gamble on when a rank 4 cultivation country would come. If they didn't leave soon, even if the fire beasts were destroyed, Ho Fun's strength would be greatly reduced and it could fall back to rank 2. The border of Ho Fun was very close to the country of Xianwu. Xianwu was also a rank 3 cultivation country. Compared to Ho Fun, Xianwu's power was much more complicated. When Wang Lin walked out of the cave, the four great sects were in the process of moving. Moving an entire sect sounds simple, but it is actually very complicated. Adding on the fire beast attacks, the sects had to send out disciples to stop the fire beasts while they were moving. As a result, when the four great sects gathered together, along with the large and small cultivation families, they formed a group of more than 20,000 cultivators. Not only had the fire beasts opened up all of the volcanoes in Ho Fun, but they had also formed an army of more than 100,000 fire beasts. They surrounded the country from all directions. After a few big battles, the army of cultivators finally broke through the encirclement of the fire beasts. They left behind a group of people to defend the country of Xianwu. The moment Wang Lin appeared outside the cave, his pupils shrank. In the sky, 7 or 8 cultivators were attacked by a group of fire beasts. Blood splattered everywhere, and they all died in an instant. To be continued. Chapter 135. Wang Lin didn't hesitate at all. He stepped forward. He immediately used the Earth Escape technique. He quickly rushed towards the direction of the War God Temple. Along the way, he spread out his divine sense. He saw that the sky was filled with fire beasts. The more he walked, the more shocked he became. He immediately turned around. He didn't look for Lin Tao. Instead, he followed Ma Liang's memory. He escaped towards the border. Ho Fun. He couldn't stay for long, but he didn't go far. Suddenly, a huge divine sense descended from the sky. After sweeping past him, it quickly retreated. It gathered on him. Wang Lin was shocked. He looked with his divine sense. He saw that above the clouds in the sky, 16 huge fire beasts formed a circle. There was a ring of fire floating in the middle of the circle. Streaks of red threads. It spread from the ring of fire. It was connected to the heads of the 16 huge fire beasts. The huge divine sense came from this ring of fire. Obviously, these were 16 fire beasts working together. They used some kind of magical talent, the divine ability that they used. The moment they discovered Wang Lin, the eyes of the 16 fire beasts revealed a monstrous cold light. One by one, they descended from the sky. They rushed towards Wang Lin's position. Wang Lin didn't say anything and sped up. He ran away at full speed. The 16 giant beasts roared and spat out a large amount of molten liquid. His face immediately turned red. Cracks appeared on it. Wang Lin had suffered from this before. How could he repeat the same mistake? The moment the giant beast spat out the molten liquid, he suddenly jumped out from the ground. He turned into a long rainbow and flew away immediately. The 16 giant beasts chased after him. The reason why they came out of the female crouch. There was only one reason. That was to find the cultivator who killed the fire spirit ancestral beast. This was the only thought in their minds. Meanwhile, because of Wang Lin, these fire beasts hated all the cultivators in the area. They practically killed every single person they saw. Compared to cultivators, they had also suffered heavy losses. Under the magical treasures of those high-level cultivators, countless fire beasts were killed or wounded. To be more precise, these fire beasts does not have a soul. Instead, it existed in a special way. An ordinary flying sword. It couldn't break their hard bodies. The only way to kill them, he had to use some powerful magic treasures. It was a heavy blow. However, there were just too many fire beasts. So far, inside the craters of various sizes, new fire beasts were still emerging endlessly. How many of them were there? Apart from the fire spirit ancestor that was absorbed by the heaven-defying pearl. No one knew. Wang Lin flew faster and faster. If the giant beast behind him was in the lava, its speed would naturally be faster than Wang Lin's. But now he was out of the magma. Their speed immediately dropped. He maintained a certain distance from Wang Lin. However, he was unable to catch up. However, Wang Lin didn't feel good either. The surrounding sky was filled with violent fire spirit energy. Every time he took a breath, there was a burst of pain in his body. Other than that, with the roar of the giant beasts behind him, along the way, there were constantly fire beasts blocking his way. Slowly, more and more fire beasts were chasing after him. Wang Lin scanned with his divine sense. His scalp immediately went numb. There was a black mass behind him. Exactly how many? He couldn't tell at a glance. As long as he paused, he would be pounced on by the fire beasts, torn to pieces. But Wang Lin was not the kind of person who would be chased by others. Back then, when he was in the late stage of foundation building, he was chased by Tung Li when he was in the chi condensation stage. He even dared to resist and sneak attack. At this moment, his eyes flashed. He took out a wooden barrel filled with spirit power liquid. While flying, he took a big gulp to replenish the spirit power in his body. Then, a black light flew out of his storage bag. After a flash, it disappeared. It teleported to the front of those fire beasts. It stabbed towards a normal-sized fire beast. The sound of metal colliding sounded. A bloody mark appeared on the chest of the fire beast. It was bounced far away. It fell from midair and landed on the ground. After rolling a few times, with a roar, it rushed again. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but there was a hint of gloominess in his eyes. Not only was the divine sense attack of this fire beast useless, even its physical body was so hard. The flying sword stabbed it, but didn't kill it, and the injury looked It could only be regarded as a minor injury. Wang Lin was not reconciled to it. While flying, he continued to control the flying sword to sneak attack. Then the flying sword had the property of teleportation, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Finally, in an attack, the flying sword stabbed between the eyebrows of a fire beast. The fire beast's body immediately trembled. Its head exploded with a bang. It set off a layer of heat wave. Wang Lin's hair immediately bent. There was a burning smell, but there was joy in his eyes. He thought to himself that this fire beast, it was not without weaknesses. In the following chase, Wang Lin kept controlling the flying sword to sneak attack. One fire beast after another was killed by his sword. These normal-sized fire beasts, according to Wang Lin's calculation, it should be equivalent to the qi condensation stage. But it was not afraid of divine sense. Its body was hard, so it was not easy to kill. But Wang Lin was alone. After all, the lethality was limited, and those fire beasts didn't know fear at all. Even if there were many casualties, they also rushed over without fear. In the end, because the flying sword teleported too many times, and the sword spirit was simply a host. It was not a real, sacrificial refinement. The flying sword had become deformed. It was full of potholes. Some parts had completely melted. At this time, even if the previous owner of this flying sword was resurrected, he probably wouldn't be able to recognize it. It seemed that this wouldn't last long, and there were more and more fire beasts. Although Wang Lin had the spiritual energy liquid to replenish, but there would be a time when it was used up. Once that time came, he couldn't replenish his spiritual energy in time. The only outcome was death. Wang Lin gritted his teeth. He changed his direction. He didn't go to Xianwu. Instead, he flew to the War God Temple. He didn't believe that the War God Temple would be destroyed by these fire beasts. If he was the ancestor of the War God Temple, he would definitely choose to migrate as a whole. As for migration, it couldn't be done so easily. It would definitely take some time. And even if they moved, it couldn't be too fast. After all, if the whole sect migrated, there were too many people, and he had only been in seclusion for 8 days in the cave. Even if the fire beasts appeared on the first day of his seclusion, it was impossible for the War God Temple to move away so quickly. These are just his guesses. What really made Wang Lin make up his mind? It was the soul blood in his body. The approximate location of Yang Xiong and Lin Tao. Wang Lin changed his direction. The fire beasts immediately closed the distance. The solution was constantly sprayed out. Several times, Wang Lin was almost sprayed. He gritted his teeth. He exerted his full speed. He galloped away. Not long after, a majestic aura of Wang Lin came from afar. Wang Lin scanned with his divine sense. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He saw an army of more than 10,000 cultivators. They slowly flew over from afar. The scene of 10,000 sword lights wandering in the sky. This caused Wang Lin's heart to shake, but he immediately returned to normal. He rushed towards the army of cultivators. In the army of cultivators, there were countless chariots. Waves of spiritual power came out from the chariots. The fire beasts that were chasing Wang Lin suddenly stopped. 16 giant beasts roared. They blocked the path of the army of cultivators. The army of cultivators didn't stop. Instead, thousands of sword lights flew out, under the lead of 10 nascent soul cultivators. Without any hesitation, they directly charged over. They began to fight with the fire beasts. Then, another 2 groups flew out from the army. About 2,000 cultivators. They joined the battle. Wang Lin hadn't flown into the army. Immediately, more than 10 sword lights flew out. They stopped 10 feet away from Wang Lin. One of them was a young woman. She looked ordinary, but there was a murderous aura between her eyebrows. She looked at the fire beasts behind Wang Lin. She revealed a look of hatred. She said in a clear voice, "Fellow Taoist, which sect are you from? What's your name? Quickly tell me your name." Wang Lin's face showed lingering fear. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "I'm Al Yang, a disciple of the War God Temple." The woman glanced at Wang Lin. She said coldly, "Qing Xian, bring him to the army of the War God Temple. Find out his identity. If he's not a disciple of the War God Temple, kill him." A young man flew out from the crowd. He nodded to Wang Lin, motioning for him to follow. Then he immediately turned into a sword light and flew towards the army of cultivators. Wang Lin cupped his fist at the woman. He didn't care about her tone, following closely behind the young man. Very quickly, they arrived at the middle of the army of cultivators. The closer they got, the more people flew together, the stronger the feeling of covering the sky. The spiritual power fluctuations here had reached a terrifying level. Although the entire sky was covered by a layer of black fog from the volcano, but under the spiritual power fluctuations of the army of cultivators, it was as if a huge sword had split the entire sky into two. A gap was opened up in the middle. Everywhere it passed, the black fog rolled and dispersed. It couldn't stop it at all. The sword energy emitted by tens of thousands of flying swords. It was even more dazzling than the spiritual power fluctuations. Under this sword energy, it could be said that the weather had changed. The sky had no face. The flying swords were mighty and mighty. It revealed the power of the sky collapsing, the power of the white rainbow piercing through it. Especially at the break of dawn, the black fog retreated in fear. At the moment of the battle ahead, unknowingly, there was a tide turning, a horizontal general. The sky opened up like the smell of spring. All kinds of magic treasures and flying swords flashed in the sky. It was like fireworks being set off at the same time. It was dazzling to watch. It was a spectacular scene. It was something that Wang Lin would never forget in his life. This kind of scene, it could only be seen in large battles. Compared to the collapse of the foreign battlefield, there is an additional majestic aura of unity in this scene. There was a will to charge out of hope fun. This power, it wasn't something that an individual could have. It could only be achieved by using the power of the entire country. It was like a hot knife through butter. It killed everything that stood in its way. Only the group of fire beasts. It could be compared to them. Wang Lin couldn't help but be in a daze. When he woke up, he was already with the young man called Qing Xian. He caught up with the middle group of the cultivator army. Scout Camp, disciple of the Luoha sect, Qing Xian. Ma Yang of the War God Temple has come to meet up. Fellow cultivator of the War God Temple, please identify me. I will go back and report. Qing Xian said loudly. Wang Lin's expression was calm. The nascent soul stage woman didn't attack him. There was a hint of solicitation in her words. If not for that, Wang Lin wouldn't have come here. But even without the woman, Wang Lin would have chosen to come here. After all, he was being chased by the fire beasts. This was his only choice. But Wang Lin was cautious. He had already decided to escape if the situation was not good. The fire beasts were fighting in front of him. If he escaped, there wouldn't be many people who would chase him. As for the nascent soul stage, it definitely wouldn't be at this time. Let go of the important matter of moving. And to chase him, in the core formation stage, it was the main force of the current battle. If they really wanted to kill him, the peak late stage of the foundation establishment stage was the best choice. But to Wang Lin, the foundation establishment stage, he would kill whoever came. If 10 came, he would kill 10. He was not afraid at all. Chapter 136. As soon as Qing Xian finished his sentence, a lady who was standing on a flying sword in the Hall of War God heard the two words Ma Yang, and her expression changed. She clenched her teeth, stopped, and turned around to fly over. This lady was dressed like a young married woman. She had a natural beauty. Her fingers looked like they were cutting the root of an onion, and her mouth looked like it was holding a vermilion pill. She floated over with slender steps. This woman was Ma Yang's junior sister, Su Si, whom he couldn't forget even when he was in the foreign battleground. She first bowed to Qing Xian and then looked at Wang Lin indifferently. She opened her red lips and said coldly, "Where did this villain come from? How dare he pretend to be someone from the War God Temple? Senior brother Qing Xian, please help me kill this person." After she finished speaking, she patted her storage pouch and a 2-inch long black feather needle appeared in her hand. She shook her wrist, and the feather array immediately fell like a storm toward Wang Lin. The feather needles grew bigger in the wind and turned into a black rain. As if the wind was helping them, they shot toward Wang Lin with an overwhelming force. Qing Xian was startled and didn't make a move. Instead, He took a few steps back and stared coldly at Wang Lin without saying a word. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but a trace of mockery flashed in his heart. He waved his sleeve, and an invisible hand appeared in the air. It grabbed the flying feather needles and easily caught them. He snorted and wiped away the divine scents on them before putting them back into his storage pouch with a calm expression. The young woman's charming face immediately turned pale. A trace of blood flowed down from her red lips. Her delicate body trembled, and the flying sword under her feet suddenly became dim. She was shocked and stared at Wang Lin with a look of disbelief. In her impression, Ma Yang didn't have this kind of ability. Not only did he ignore her magic treasure, but he was also able to easily wipe away the divine scents on the magic treasure. This made her heart tremble. At this moment, 3 sword lights quickly flew over from the direction of the war god temple. When they landed, 3 young men appeared. The one in the middle was Yang Xiong. He glanced at the young woman, turned to Qing Xian, and cupped his fists. "Thank you, Taoist Qing Xian. Junior brother Ma Yang is indeed a disciple of the war god temple." Qing Xian looked at them meaningfully, smiled, and shook his head. His body moved and flew away on his sword. After flying for a short distance, he looked back and saw Yang Xiong standing next to Wang Lin with a respectful expression. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be stunned. After pondering for a while, he changed his direction and flew toward the he. Tuesday. Yang Xiong ignored the others and stood in front of Wang Lin, whispering, "Master knows progenitor Feng Wan. The person on the 5-colored phoenix chariot is the primogenitor. She ordered me to bring you to her." Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the army of cultivators moving forward. In the direction of the war god temple, there was a 5-colored phoenix chariot with a woman standing on it. She seemed to sense Wang Lin's gaze and turned to look at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He knew that this progenitor Feng Wan was the young woman who had asked him for Zhou Zihong soul blood. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin followed Yang Xiong forward. When he passed by Su Si, Wang Lin looked at her coldly and left a trace of his divine sense in her body. This trace would activate in a month, and at that time, this woman would definitely die. Ever since Wang Lin experienced the upheaval in Zhao, he would kill anyone who was hostile to him, whether it was a man or a woman. He would kill them before they had the chance to grow. Since this Su Si attacked first, she couldn't blame him for being merciless. Yang Xiong led the way in front of Wang Lin and whispered. Lin Tao was caught by progenitor Feng Wan while making a copy of the map. The map is now in the progenitor's hands. Lin Tao was also punished. If it wasn't for this migration, I'm afraid he would have been locked up in the Forbidden Land for 10 years. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but his vigilance was even stronger. He quickly followed Yang Xiong to the 5-colored phoenix chariot. When they got close, Yang Xiong slowed down a bit. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he flew past Yang Xiong and landed in front of the woman. He clasped his hands and respectfully said, "Wang Lin greets Senior." The woman withdrew her gaze from the battlefield and looked at Wang Lin a few times. Then she softly said, "Wang Lin, is that your real name?" Wang Lin nodded and didn't say anything. There were too many people named Wang Lin. There was no need to hide this kind of thing. If the woman found out, it would be bad. The woman looked at the army of cultivators around her. After pondering a bit, she said, "Right now, the country of Ho Fun is in danger. Once we get to the country of Xianwu, there will be a big battle. You don't have to worry about it. If anyone comes looking for trouble with you, I'll guarantee your safety, but I can only help you once. After that, I'll forget about you saving Violet Rainbow." Just as Feng Wan finished speaking, the world suddenly darkened. On the battlefield in the distance, 10 huge volcanoes were broken from the ground by the nascent soul cultivators using their magic power. They rose into the air and fiercely through the volcanoes. Wherever they passed, the fire beasts all retreated. Some of the fire beasts didn't manage to dodge in time and were immediately smashed into pieces by the huge volcanoes. Borrowing the momentum of the mountains, the army of cultivators charged out like a hot knife through butter. There were about 20,000 fire beasts chasing Wang Lin, but the army of cultivators created an opening. Rays of sword energy immediately shot out. Once there was an opening, the fire beasts would definitely be defeated. The goal of the army of cultivators wasn't to destroy the fire beasts, but to break out of the encirclement. Feng Yuan stared at the battlefield in the distance. The wind chariot under her suddenly sped up and charged into the army of cultivators. The 16 fire beasts were being held back by the nascent soul cultivators. They roared again and again before finally stopping. Their cold eyes stared at the retreating army of cultivators. Then they clasped their hands together in a strange posture. Waves of roars came from their mouths. Soon after, thin red threads spread out from the top of their heads and gathered above them, finally forming a ring of fire. As soon as this ring of fire appeared, the 16 giant beasts immediately revealed pious expressions and let out low whimpers. Their bodies shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bursts of dark red light emerged from their bodies and merged into the ring of fire. This process lasted for nearly 2 hours. During this period of time, some cultivators noticed that something was amiss and turned around to stop it. However, they'd only come within 300 meters of it when they were immediately struck by a glistening and exterminating energy, and they were instantly turned into ashes. Seeing this, no more cultivators tried to stop them. 2 hours later, the bodies of the 16 giant beasts slowly dissipated and merged into the ring of fire. The ring of fire did not change in size, but its color became blood red. In the end, it silently shattered and turned into red spots that dissipated between heaven and earth. At this moment, all of the fire beasts in the country of Hofen stopped moving. They all knelt down on the ground and let out whimpers. Shortly after, one of the fire beasts suddenly fell to the ground and began to twitch. If you looked closely, you would see a red mark on its forehead. Its body quickly expanded, and in less than an incense stick of time, it grew to a height of 100 feet. Shortly after, more and more fire beasts appeared on their foreheads, and their bodies rapidly grew. In less than 2 hours, all of the fire beasts in the country of Hofen seemed to have gone through a transformation. They all grew to 100 feet tall, and their strength increased by more than 10 times. These transformed fire beasts all flew into the air and chased after the army of cultivators. Gradually, more and more transformed fire beasts joined the army of cultivators. It was a majestic scene. As for the army of the earth cultivators, after the 10 nascent soul cultivators returned, 4 of them returned to the war god shrine. One of them, an old man, looked at Wang Lin and gloomily shouted, "Was it you, a junior, who lured the fire beast here?" Wang Lin coldly stared at the old man and nodded. The old man let out a few cold snorts and reached out his hand toward Wang Lin. Feng Yuan, who was standing next to Wang Lin, had a gloomy expression. She slapped the 5-colored phoenix chariot and a 5-colored bird flew out. It let out a cry and flapped its wings, causing a 5-colored ripple to appear. The old man withdrew his hand and took a few steps back. He looked at the woman and angrily said, "Feng Yuan, what are you doing?" Not only did this brat possess a disciple of the war god shrine, but he also lured the fire beasts here. Do you know that in that battle, just now, more than 1,000 of our disciples died? Feng Yuan revealed a decisive expression and said, "With me here, you can't kill him." Zhou Jin gloomily stared at Feng Yuan. After pondering for a bit, he said, "This person is a Maoliang, so he isn't a disciple of the war god shrine. I can spare him, but if he isn't from the war god shrine, he can't stay here." Feng Yuan turned to look at Wang Lin and said, "Wang Lin, are you willing to be my honorary disciple?" Wang Lin quickly thanked her and nodded. Zhou Jin's eyes narrowed and revealed a cold gaze. Feng Yuan's cultivation level was the same as his, early-stage nascent soul, but her Dao partner, Yang's son, was mid-stage nascent soul. It wasn't worth it to offend 2 nascent soul cultivators for such an insignificant matter. Zhou Jin snorted and said, "Since Junior Marshall's sister Feng Yuan is willing to accept him as a disciple, I won't pursue this matter any further. Let's put this person's identity aside for now. With his mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, he won't be able to guarantee his safety on the battlefield." With that, he waved his sleeve and left. As for the remaining 3 nascent soul cultivators, Only one of them flew towards Feng Yuan. The other two shook their heads and left. The one that flew towards Feng Yuan was a middle-aged scholar. He was the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator that Zhou Jin was wary of. Young senator, he glanced at Wang Lin and frowned. He then sighed at Feng Yuan and said, "Sister Yuan, why are you doing this?" Feng Yuan coldly looked at the middle-aged scholar and said, "If it wasn't for him, Honger would have died in the foreign battleground. If it wasn't for you, how could Honger have entered such a dangerous place?" The middle-aged scholar was silent for a long time. He turned around and bowed deeply to Wang Lin. He then took out a jade talisman from his bag of holding and threw it to Wang Lin. He said, "This talisman is a nascent soul-level magic treasure that I refined a long time ago. I've already withdrawn my divine sense. After you refine it, you can keep your life in this battle. Sai, the top 10 is on the verge of collapsing. I beg for monthly votes." Chapter 137. Wang Lin revealed a joyful expression as he accepted the jade and quickly thanked the middle-aged man. After the middle-aged man threw out the jade, he no longer paid attention to Wang Lin. Instead, he flew into the phoenix chariot and whispered to Feng Yuan. Wang Lin was not someone who didn't know what to do. The moment the middle-aged man entered the phoenix chariot, he left and joined the army of cultivators. The border of Houfeng was very close to the country of Xianwu. Not only were the cultivators moving here, but the mortals were also moving towards Xianwu. The mutated fire beasts rarely attacked mortals anymore. They only had one target, and that was Wang Lin. As time passed, the fire beasts behind the army of cultivators slowly caught up. The number of fire beasts also increased. A heavy feeling pressed down on the hearts of most of the cultivators. At the same time, it was a heavy feeling that lingered for a long time. At the border of Houfeng, there was a giant basin. After the army of cultivators arrived, a total of 19 nascent soul cultivators from the 4 big sects and cultivation families began a very important discussion. After the discussion, the 19 people flew out from the army of cultivators and floated above the basin. One of the nascent soul cultivators from the Luo He sect said, "This place has been explored by the Luo He sect for many years. We can confirm that this is the ancestral land of the volcanoes, the birthplace of the fire spirit beasts. If we seal it here, we can trap all the volcanoes. Then, we can use the country's sealing formation thousands of years ago to trap all the fire beasts in Houfeng." A red-haired man from the evil demon sect looked at the basin and snorted. "Ancestor, if you have already prepared for this, why didn't you completely eliminate all the trouble back then? Why did it have to end up like this?" The 3 nascent soul cultivators from Serene didn't have coffins on their backs. It was clear that they had reached the stage where they could retrieve their bodies. They were only one step away from possessing their bodies. The 3 of them were the most indifferent, as if they had no interest in anything. If it weren't for the fact that the spiritual energy in Houfeng was violent and unsuitable for them to recover, they wouldn't have participated in this migration. Ancestor Song of the War God Shrine rolled his eyes and faintly said, "Even the ancestors of Houfeng couldn't have divined that the volcano would erupt and the fire beasts would cause a disaster. Even if they divined it, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Being able to gather the power of thousands of years to set up a country sealing formation here is enough for us. Fellow cultivators, let us begin." After Elder Song finished speaking, the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators of the Battle God Hall, including the middle-aged scholar and Feng Yuan, stood together in different positions, but they all formed a strange seal with their hands. The 6 of them shouted in unison. 6 lotus flowers appeared from their hand seals and quickly landed on the eastern corner of the basin. The entire basin shook, and a cloud of red mist rose. Next was the Luo He sect, the evil demon sect, and the Serene sect. Lotus flowers fell from the sky and landed on the southern, western, and northern corners. The rumbling became even more intense, and more red mist rose from the basin. The red mist condensed in the air and formed all kinds of shapes. In the end, it formed a hollow ring of mist. At that moment, the nascent soul cultivators from the cultivation clans that had yet to act all revealed expressions of helplessness. Each of them fiercely slapped their foreheads, causing their nascent souls to leave their bodies and fly to the center of the mist ring, hesitating to move forward. A cultivator from the Luo He sect suddenly shouted, "Fellow cultivators, if we don't act now, what are we waiting for?" A nascent soul in the mist ring said with a sharp voice, "Forget it. Fellow cultivators, since the four great sects are giving us origin replenishing pills, it's just losing 100 years of spiritual energy. Let's go all out." With that, the nascent soul turned around and formed a seal with his hands. He let out a roar and charged into the fog ring. The moment he entered, his body disappeared. He had completely merged with the fog ring and was indistinguishable from the fog ring. The other nascent soul clenched their teeth and charged in as well. In the blink of an eye, although the size of the mist ring didn't change, there was a hint of life within it. This was a country sealing formation set up by the ancestors of Ho Fun to prevent the volcano from erupting one day. Not only did it require the four great sects to help, but it also required nascent soul cultivators to willingly store their nascent souls inside. This way, the formation wouldn't have any gaps and would completely lock down the country. The blood color on the ring became thicker and thicker. It slowly rose into the air and floated to a very high altitude. Shortly after, the ring suddenly expanded and quickly spread to all four corners of the country of Hofun. Wherever it passed, red mist would emerge from the craters of all sizes. The mist would join the mist ring and increase the speed of the mist ring's expansion. After one incense stick of time, the mist ring covered the entire country of Hofun. A layer of red mist fell from the sky like an upside-down bowl. The country sealing formation had been activated. Once the country sealing formation was activated, only mortals could pass through. Cultivators and spirit beasts, as long as they were below the soul formation stage, couldn't enter or leave. The 19 nascent soul cultivators of the four great sects opened the formation. Some of them grabbed the bodies of the rogue cultivators and sent them back to their families. If they didn't have a family, they were all stored at the Lu He sect. The cultivators of the Lu He sect stood outside the formation, bowed, and said, "Fellow cultivators, don't worry and guard the formation. Our Lu He sect will guarantee the safety of your bodies. This country sealing formation can only last for 3 months. After 3 months, we will be able to gain a foothold in Xianwu. I'm sure the higher cultivation countries will also send people to kill the beasts. Once we succeed, I'll personally come and welcome you all back." After he finished speaking, the nascent soul cultivators of the other 3 sects all bowed. Their expressions were sincere, and there was no trace of them being perfunctory. After the country sealing formation was activated, all of the fire beasts let out angry roars and smashed into the red mist. Every time they smashed into the red mist would shake, but no matter how much they smashed into it, none of them were able to break through. After temporarily stopping the fire beasts, the army of cultivators moved at their fastest speed. Rays of sword energy were like a meteor shower as they broke through the border of Xianwu. Outside the border of Xianwu, there were some mortals in the army. These mortals stared at the countless rays of sword energy in the sky. Someone let out a scream, threw down the weapons in their hands, and cowed out. Then, a large group of mortals all knelt on the ground and cowed out. In the army, there was a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe. He stared at the sky with a pale face and muttered to himself, These are the cultivators of Ho Fun." He sucked in a breath of cold air, and his expression changed greatly. He quickly retreated, but just at this moment, a few laughs came from the sky. A core formation cultivator from the evil demon sect flew over on a sword energy. After a few flashes, 3 flying swords pierced through the middle-aged Taoist body from different angles. The Taoist let out a miserable groan as his body was cut into several pieces and blood splattered everywhere. The army of mortals immediately scattered. Even the generals of the army fled, afraid that they would be implicated. Tens of thousands of rays of sword energy charged into the country of Xianwu in the blink of an eye. They stopped at a mountain surrounded by fog. A gloomy old man appeared in front of the army. He waved his right hand, and a huge palm slammed into the mountain. Rays of golden light rose from the mountain and formed a semicircular light screen that blocked the palm. Inside the light screen, thousands of cultivators looked at the sky in panic. A white-haired old woman flew out and shouted, "Fellow cultivator from Ho-Fun, what is the meaning of this?" The war god shrine's Yong-Sen's body flickered, and he appeared on the light screen. His expression was calm as he reached out with his right hand. The light screen immediately let out a creaking sound, as if it couldn't handle the weight, and shattered into pieces. The old woman's pupils shrank, and without a word, she turned around and escaped. In the blink of an eye, she was already 5 kilometers away. However, the clouds in the sky suddenly gathered in front of her and turned into Yong-Sen's appearance. He coldly looked at the old woman, and without saying a word, he waved his hand. The old woman let out a shrill cry and hit her forehead, causing her nascent soul to leave her body. The moment her nascent soul appeared, her body was immediately shattered by a destructive force. The old woman was terrified. She was only at the early stage of nascent soul, but her opponent was clearly at the peak of the mid-stage of nascent soul. Even in the country of Xianwu, there were no more than 3 people at this level. She didn't even have any thoughts of resisting. She just wanted to escape this disaster. "You can't escape." Yang-sun let out a snort and chased after her. Ignoring Yang-sun for now, after the light screen was broken, the foundation building and core formation cultivators of Ho-Fun immediately charged up and killed anyone they saw. In just a short period of time, the entire mountain was covered in blood and no one was left alive. The large mountain was now completely occupied by the 4 great sections. Tens of thousands of disciples stood on the mountain. Aside from Yang-sun, there were 18 nascent soul cultivators floating above them. The war god shrine's cultivator named Song's eyes were like lightning. His voice was filled with killing intent as he said, "This is a war without an anchor. If we can't gain a foothold in Xianwu within 3 months, what awaits us is fire beasts breaking out. Fire beasts aren't scary. What's scary is that there will be no spiritual energy for us to cultivate." The war god shrine, evil demon sect, Luhi sect, and Serene sect, from this moment onwards, we are all united as the Ho-Fun Union. Every foundation building disciple will receive a pill treasure, and core formation disciple will receive a nascent soul level treasure. During this period of war, all the items obtained by killing belong to the individual. The Union will not take anything away. Disciples, this is a war, but I personally hope you all see it as an invasion for survival. A nascent soul cultivator from the Luhi sect coughed a few times and said, "Aside from treasures, each of you will receive a jade talisman. This jade talisman can record the number of enemies you kill. Anyone who kills 100 people above the 5th layer of Qi condensation or 10 foundation building cultivators will receive 10 mid-quality spirit stones. Anyone who kills 200 people above the 5th layer of Qi condensation or 20 foundation building cultivators will receive 10 mid-quality spirit stones." Chapter 138. A skinny old man walked out from a group of Luo, he sect, nascent soul cultivators. He wore a black robe, and his face was filled with wrinkles. His eyes were dim, and he looked listless. He rolled his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "The person who kills the most enemies every month will receive a distant heaven pill." The moment the words distant heaven pill appeared, Wang Lin could clearly feel that all of the cultivators around him were breathing heavily and their breaths became rough. In Ma Liang's memories, he knew about the distant heaven pill. There were very few of them. In the entire country of Ho-Fun, there were less than 30 of them. They were a precious spirit pill that could increase one's chances of forming a core. If a core formation cultivator took it, they could directly enter the stable state. The main manufacturers of the pills were all gone. The remaining 30 pills have been carefully preserved since thousands of years ago. Next, about 5,000 cultivators were split into groups and given their own missions. Wang Lin was one of them. These troops split up and attacked, nibbling away at the surrounding cultivators. All the cultivators they encountered were completely wiped out. The nascent soul experts patrolled the surroundings, ready to provide support at any time to resist the enemy's nascent soul cultivators. Wang Lin was sent to the 8th Squad of the 10th Brigade. The 8th Squad had about 30 people from different sections. 5 of them were Foundation Establishment cultivators, and the rest were Qi Condensation cultivators. Shi San was around the 4th layer. The leader was a core formation cultivator from the evil demon sect. For some reason, Wang Lin was the only one in the War God Shrine. Their mission was to help the 10th Brigade take over a mid-sized spirit vein. As a Foundation Establishment cultivator of the War God Shrine, Wang Lin received a pill treasure. This pill treasure wasn't very powerful, and because there were too many of them, the quality of each one was quite low. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them chicken ribs. Before they left, Feng Wan called Wang Lin over. Inside a unique pavilion, Feng Wan stood by the window and looked in the direction of the country of Ho Fun. After a long time, she took out a jade and said, "Hong Air said you were very strong in the foreign space. Why is your cultivation level only at the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment?" Wang Lin took the jade and scanned it with his divine sense. His expression suddenly became strange. This jade recorded a small portion of a map. There were 7 or 8 countries in the north of Ho Fun marked on the map. It also clearly stated the cultivation level of these countries and what kind of materials they produced. He pondered for a while, his eyes flashing as he roughly guessed the meaning of the other party's words. Feng Wan waved her hand and said, "There are a total of 3 copies of this map. If you can kill 50 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, I will give you another copy. If you can kill 150 people before the end of the war, I will give you the last copy. You may leave." Without another word, Wang Lin turned around and left. He had already guessed the meaning of Feng Wan's words. There was no such thing as charity in this world. There was only an unfair exchange. In comparison, the nascent soul cultivators of Ho Fun, especially Feng Wan, were more humane. Because of the matter with Zhou Zihong, she stopped him from trying to possess his body. As for the map, the meaning was very clear. If Wang Lin had the ability, then he could obtain it. If he didn't, then he could only blame himself if he died on the battlefield. Wang Lin originally didn't want to participate in the war between the 2 countries, but now he changed his mind. The map was only one of the reasons. The distant heaven pill was his main focus. A pill that could increase the chance of forming a core was something Wang Lin had to obtain. According to his plan, he would find another place to cultivate the underworld ascension method. After refining 3 cold cores, he would have a higher chance of forming his core, but there was still a chance of failure. Wang Lin had high hopes for forming his core. Once he succeeded, he would become the strongest cultivator under the nascent soul stage, so he couldn't allow any mistakes. With the help of the distant heaven pill and the underworld ascension method, Wang Lin was confident he had at least an 80% chance of forming his core. Thinking about this, his eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. The Hofen Union's invasion team spread out on the second day. 10 nascent soul cultivators patrolled the area. Once an enemy nascent soul cultivator appeared, they would immediately teleport over. A group of about 30 cultivators quickly flew north and stopped on a desolate mountain. An old man with an ordinary appearance, but his eyes occasionally revealed a bloodthirsty expression. He proudly said, "The cultivators of the 10th Brigade have already begun to attack the Xianwu Nation's troops stationed in the Spirit Vein. I presume they will send reinforcements. Our mission is to stop anyone within a radius of 250 kilometers from here. Spread out and notify me immediately if you find anything." With that, the old man sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes without saying anything. This old man was the captain of the 8th Squad, the evil demon sect's early-stage core formation cultivator, Zhang Zili. As for his subordinates, aside from the 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators, he completely ignored them. Wang Lin took a step and flew far away. He landed on top of a tree and began to cultivate. As for the others, they all spread out and found a place to cultivate. At this moment, aside from the sound of breathing, it was very quiet. Zhang Zili opened his eyes and looked around with contempt. He was very dissatisfied with being placed here. In his mind, his position should be in the 1st Brigade to sweep through the other sections. If that was the case, there would naturally be plenty of benefits. But right now, blocking the reinforcements who might or might not be able to pass through here in this godforsaken place was really tasteless. Time slowly passed, and Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. He looked into the distance and let out a cold smile. At this moment, Zhang Zili also noticed something was wrong. He immediately stood up and looked into the distance. He saw 10 or so rays of sword energy flying over. Zhang Zili licked his lips and spat out a ray of black light. The moment the black light appeared, it turned into a pair of scissors. He waved his right hand, and the scissors shot out. At the same time, he let out an evil laugh and shouted, "Kill!" With that, he took a step forward, and his body shot out like a sharp sword. The cultivators of the 8th Squad followed suit and blocked his path. Both sides didn't say anything else. The moment they saw each other, they immediately attacked. None of the 10 cultivators from Xianwu were core formation cultivators. They were all foundation building cultivators. The moment they saw Zhang Zili, 8 of them formed a strange sword formation and surrounded Zhang Zili. Zhang Zili was unable to escape and was trapped inside the formation. He angrily cursed. The remaining 7 people began to fight against the cultivators of the 8th Squad. Wang Lin's eyes were cold. He didn't have the time to waste. He had to get the map and the distant heaven pill. At this moment, his body moved and the flying sword shot out. In a flash, it pierced through the chest of one of the foundation building cultivators, causing blood to spurt out. His G-Realm Divine sense spread out. The eyes of the remaining 6 foundation building cultivators darkened as the flying sword appeared and pierced through their chests one by one. From an outsider's point of view, these 7 foundation building cultivators all died under Wang Lin's flying sword. What they didn't know was that before the flying sword pierced through their souls had already been destroyed. The moment the 7 people died, both sides were stunned. Whether it was the enemies surrounding Zhang Zili, or the other members of the 8th Squad, they all looked at Wang Lin in disbelief. The flying sword was currently hovering above Wang Lin's head, emitting a cold aura. The faces of the 8 people surrounding Zhang Zili immediately turned pale. One of them shouted, "Retreat." Then the 8 of them quickly retreated and desperately tried to escape. Zhang Zili looked at Wang Lin with a hint of fear in his eyes. He admitted that he didn't have the confidence to kill 7 foundation building cultivators in the blink of an eye. He guessed that Wang Lin was hiding his cultivation level to make it look like he was in the mid-stage of foundation building. He cursed in his heart, but after thinking about it, this method was really useful. Maybe if the enemy was careless, it would have a miraculous effect. However, that wasn't important right now. The 8 foundation building cultivators had set up some kind of sword formation that was able to trap him, a core formation cultivator. This kind of thing was too embarrassing, especially in front of his own squad members. Zhang Zili's face was gloomy. He moved forward and chased after them. Just as they were about to catch up, the 8 foundation building cultivators used some kind of magic technique, and suddenly a milky white gas came out of their bodies. The gas immediately wrapped around their legs and doubled their speed. Zhang Zili sneered. His hands formed a seal, and he pressed them on his chest. Suddenly, a golden core emitting dense spiritual energy came out of his mouth. With a point of his right hand, the golden core immediately rushed out with the sound of wind and thunder. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to the 8 people. After hitting 3 of them, the golden core returned. The 3 of them coughed out blood, and their bodies immediately fell from the sky. The remaining 5 people didn't even look at them. They used their speed to the limit and escaped. Zhang Zili let out a snort. Just at this moment, the 5 people who had escaped far away suddenly fell from the sky. Zhang Zili looked over and saw Wang Lin quickly flying over. Seeing this, his expression couldn't help but change. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard Wang Lin's voice. There are no less than 100 cultivators flying over from behind. At the same time, Wang Lin passed by Zhang Zili and instantly rushed far away. At this moment, Zhang Zili saw over 100 sword lights appear on the horizon. He immediately turned around and ran. When he looked back, he found that Wang Lin's figure was already gone. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. The other members of the 8th Squad saw that the situation was bad and all retreated towards the spirit vein. After Wang Lin flew far away, he saw that there was no one around. He stomped the ground, and his body quickly drilled into the ground. He used his earth movement technique and escaped west. He had just killed 12 Foundation building cultivators. He was only missing 38 more to exchange for a map. If he traveled with a squad, his safety would be guaranteed. However, if he wanted to obtain the Distant Heaven pill, he would still need to act alone. The 100 sword lights pierced through the sky, and their target was the spirit vein. After they passed, Wang Lin's head popped out from a dense forest. He coldly looked at them for a while before following them. To be continued. Chapter 139. Although the swords were fast, Wang Lin's earth escape technique was even more mysterious. He was able to follow behind the 100 cultivators. The 100 cultivators flew through the air and arrived at the spirit vein in an instant. There was a large amount of spiritual energy here, and the ground was full of holes. There were broken bodies everywhere, and a strong smell of blood wafted through the air. The moment the 100 cultivators arrived, countless cultivators from Ho-Fan appeared from all directions, and the battle began. At the same time, 8 rays of sword energy that were a few meters wide flew over, and a powerful aura surrounded the area. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes. These 8 cultivators were all nascent soul cultivators. As soon as they got close, they were noticed by the patrolling nascent soul cultivators from Ho-Fan. The nascent soul cultivators from both sides began to fight. Magic treasures and flying swords appeared one after another. At this moment, the sky shook and the clouds changed color. Soon after, several groups of over 100 cultivators from Xianwu appeared in the distance and quickly flew over to join the chaotic battle. Wang Lin's eyes were cold. After watching for a while, his G-Realm divine sense turned into a bolt of red lightning and flew toward the two sides. A state of Xianwu's Foundation establishment disciple killed a 15th layer Qi condensation cultivator with a single strike. Just as he was about to swing his sword again, a red light flashed in front of his eyes. His mind felt as if it had been struck by a giant hammer. His vision darkened, and his divine sense shattered without any resistance. His body fell from the sky. 8 Foundation establishment cultivators from Xianwu formed a sword formation and trapped a core formation cultivator. However, after the red light flashed, the 8 of them trembled and their expressions froze. Their divine sense disappeared as if it was disrupted by a giant hand. Their bodies lost their souls and fell from the sky. The trapped core formation cultivator was startled, but he didn't have time to think. He quickly charged toward the enemy not far away. A fake core stage cultivator from the country of Xian, we used a nascent soul-grade flying sword to kill several cultivators of the same cultivation level as him. Then he gripped the neck of an early-stage Foundation establishment female cultivator with a sinister smile. His right hand tore off, and the female cultivator's clothes were immediately torn to shreds, revealing a pink undergarment. The female cultivator screamed in terror, and she seemed weak and powerless on the battlefield. The pseudo-core formation cultivator licked his lips, and his eyes revealed an evil light. He grabbed the female cultivator and quickly retreated. However, before he could retreat more than a few steps, a red light flashed before his eyes. His body trembled and powerlessly handed over the female cultivator. His body fell from the sky like mud. After his flying sword lost control of its owner, not only did it not stop flying, but also flew even faster toward the ground. When it got close to the ground, a hand suddenly appeared and it pulled back into the ground. As more and more Foundation establishment cultivators of Xianwu fell from the sky for no reason, this attracted the attention of the country of Xianwu. A core formation cultivator wearing a purple robe stared at a certain spot on the ground and pointed with his right hand. Using some unknown method, 10 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators immediately rushed out of the battlefield and flew towards the direction he pointed. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He turned around and used the Earth escape technique to escape at a moderate speed. One of the 10 foundation establishment cultivators held a compass in his hand and chased after Wang Lin according to the needle on the compass. After traveling for more than 5 kilometers, Wang Lin stopped and spread out his G-realm divine sense. In front of foundation establishment cultivators, Wang Lin was the king. He could live or die as he pleased. The 10 people didn't even have time to warn him before they fell to the ground one by one. Their divine sense was destroyed, and their eyes lost their light. The current Wang Lin no longer had the naivety of a mountain village youth. He no longer had a compassionate heart. Anyone who stood in his way could be killed. There was no right or wrong on the battlefield, only life and death. If there was even a trace of compassion, the one who died would be him. The attributes of the G-realm not only gave Wang Lin strength, but it also quietly changed his personality. The G-realm was unscrupulous. If he walked the righteous path, then he would be worthy of being called a hero of the generation. He would hate evil and slay demons. If he walked the demonic path, then he would definitely be the king of all demons. At the extreme, even those who walked the demonic path would fear him, and he would be worthy of being called a demon king. Under the restrictions of the G-realm, it was impossible for him to act in a manner that was neither righteous nor evil. Wang Lin's simple and honest personality had decided that he wanted to become a hero of the generation, a righteous cultivator respected by tens of thousands of people. He wanted to bring honor to his ancestors. Unfortunately, the affairs of the world were unpredictable. Situ Nan's appearance caused a subtle change in his personality. This change grew bigger and bigger, and in the end, he became the root of all calamity. Bring honor to his ancestors. His ancestors had already been severed, so how could he bring honor to himself? The attributes of the G-realm immediately reversed his personality. Since he couldn't become a hero of a generation, then he would become a demon king of slaughter who was feared by tens of thousands of people. A ruthless glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. After collecting these people's storage pouches, he didn't even look at the corpses at his feet. With a sway of his body, he drilled back into the ground, changing his position and heading back to the battlefield. However, he immediately drilled out again. Looking at the battlefield from afar, he muttered to himself for a while. Taking out several spirit stones, he laid down a formation on the ground and threw the 10 corpses into the formation one by one. As soon as a corpse was thrown in, it immediately exploded, turning into a bloody mist that was absorbed by the formation. After the last corpse exploded, Wang Lin bit the tip of his finger and flicked a drop of blood onto the formation spirit stones. Suddenly, a sliver of purple gas rose up from the formation. The purple gas circled around the formation a few times before slowly dissipating. The spirit stones on the ground also disappeared. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to find any clues. After doing all of this, Wang Lin's body sank back into the ground and headed back to the battlefield. At this moment, the battle between the two sides had reached its climax. The battle between the nascent soul cultivators was getting more and more intense, forcing the other cultivators to retreat. Just at this moment, all of the foundation establishment cultivators in Xianwu began to fall from the sky for no reason. When they hit the ground, they were smashed into meat paste. As more and more foundation establishment cultivators mysteriously died, the battle between Xianwu and Hofen became a bit chaotic. The cultivators of Hofen immediately seized this opportunity and chased after them. The purple-robed, middle-aged man that sent people to kill Wang Lin frowned. His eyes were like lightning as he looked down and stared at a spot on the ground. He pointed with his right hand, and an early-stage core formation cultivator charged over without a word. The moment the core formation cultivator charged over, Wang Lin immediately escaped. The core formation cultivator sneered and let out a roar. He pressed down with his right hand, and a palm print appeared on the ground. With a thunderous rumble, the ground caved in. Wang Lin quickly broke through the ground and jumped toward where the formation was set up. The core formation cultivator revealed a look of mockery. In his mind, the only reason Zhao Jiuge was able to kill so many foundation establishment cultivators was because of a powerful magic treasure. As long as he was careful, he would be able to capture Zhao Jioga easily. Thinking about this, he waved his hand, and a golden awl appeared between his hands. After pausing for a moment, it shot out like an arrow. The speed of the awl was so fast that it created ripples in the air. Wang Lin didn't even look back as he threw out the useless pill treasure given by Ho Fun. He didn't even look at the result and quickly ran away. The moment the pill treasure appeared, it turned into a silver fist and smashed toward the awl. The moment they collided, the awl spun even more violently and broke through the fist. However, its light was a bit dimmer, but it didn't slow down at all. It closed in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. The moment the awl arrived, he went back into the ground and used the earth escape technique. After traveling a few dozen meters, he came out again. He repeated this process several times until he arrived at the formation. The core formation cultivator calmly followed. The mockery in his eyes became even stronger as he loudly said, "Coward, aside from sneak attacks, do you not have any other skills?" Wang Lin didn't say a word. When he passed by the formation, he didn't stop at all. After flying far away, he suddenly stopped and turned around. At this moment, the core formation cultivator was already above the formation. Wang Lin revealed a cold expression and muttered, "Open." After he spoke, the formation under the core formation cultivator's feet suddenly activated and a large amount of purple gas came out. This purple gas instantly surrounded the core formation cultivator. From afar, one could only see a dense purple gas spreading out. It was impossible to see what was happening inside. Wang Lin sneered as he sat down cross-legged. He quickly took out the nascent soul magic treasure Jade Talisman that Zhou Jin gave him. Suddenly, a circular ripple spread out from the Jade Talisman and covered Wang Lin's body. At this moment, the awl had already rushed over and violently collided with the ripple. However, the ripple only shook a few times and didn't show any signs of breaking. He didn't even look at the awl and stared at the purple gas. He took out a flying sword from his storage pouch and wiped it with his right hand. The devil's red shadow immediately flew out and stared excitedly at the purple gas. It revealed an expression of wanting to devour it, but was hesitant. Wang Lin took a deep breath and closed his eyes without another word. Inside his mind, a raging wind blew. Bolts of red lightning continuously rushed out of his mind and condensed into a red cloud that suddenly rushed out of his mind. For the first time, his extreme realm deification left his body and came out in full force. The moment the red cloud floated out of Wang Lin's head, the devil immediately revealed a look of fear and its body trembled as it retreated to the side. The moment the red cloud appeared, it immediately turned into a sharp sword. It spun around the devil and brought the devil into the purple gas. Inside the gas was a core formation stage cultivator sitting cross-legged on the ground with a gloomy expression. Beside him was a gourd that spun in circles. Wherever it passed, the purple gas would slowly fade and be absorbed by the gourd. This formation was an extremely vicious formation that Wang Lin had mastered. It was called the Heavenly Blood Devouring Formation. The formation structure wasn't too complicated. The main point was that it required the cultivator's flesh and blood to be used as a demonic guide. Wang Lin used the bodies of 10 Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators as a guide. This formation could trap a core formation stage cultivator for a short period of time without too much of a problem. If he could use the bodies of core formation stage cultivators to set up this formation, then he would only need 5 of them to kill a core formation stage cultivator. However, this formation had extremely high requirements for the body. The cultivator had to be killed by the cultivator himself. This limited the use of the formation. Wang Lin's G-Realm Divine sense rushed into the purple gas. The core formation stage cultivator immediately sensed it and opened his eyes. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to rush forward with the devil. He ignored the gourd in the devil's body and immediately rushed into the knowledge sea. Inside the knowledge sea, the cultivator's divine sense turned into a giant and angrily stared at Wang Lin. The G-Realm Divine Sense's ability to kill cultivators of the same level was displayed to the extreme. With a sweep of Wang Lin's Divine Sense, the red cloud immediately emitted countless red lightning bolts. The lightning bolts rumbled like thunder and struck various parts of the giant's body. The giant revealed a pained expression, and his body quickly shrunk. He roared and waved his arms. Immediately, a large amount of red lightning bolts were cut in half. Immediately after, the red cloud suddenly dissipated and turned into even more lightning bolts that rushed towards the core formation stage. The giant's body became smaller and smaller, but his fists became more and more violent. Every time he waved his fists, a large amount of lightning bolts would be broken by him, turning into red light and disappearing. With Wang Lin's current cultivation, killing an early core formation stage cultivator was still a bit difficult. If he could reach late foundation establishment and enter the false core realm, then dealing with core formation stage cultivators would be much easier. However, Wang Lin wasn't a reckless person. He wouldn't do something he wasn't confident in. Just as the two sides were locked in a deadly battle, the devil seemed to have received Wang Lin's order. With a hesitant expression, it pounced towards the giant. The giant's face was filled with panic. He swung his arm at the devil and immediately shattered the devil's body. The giant heaved a sigh of relief, but the panic on his face became even stronger. He saw the devil's figure suddenly appear on his arm again and firmly bite down on it, devouring it in big mouthfuls. No matter how the devil roared and swung his arm, it was as if the devil had grown on his body. He couldn't get rid of it no matter what. In the end, the giant even gave up fighting the red lightning bolts and used his other arm to continuously smash the devil's body. Every time he smashed the devil's body would become a bit weaker. However, not only did the devil not let go, it ate even faster. In truth, the devil was also complaining in his heart. If he let go now, Wang Lin would kill him without hesitation. If he let go, he would die. But if he didn't let go, he would have a chance to live. Also, if he could absorb this core formation stage cultivator's divine sense, his divine sense would increase greatly. At that time, he could kill that hateful guy, and from then on, he would be free to roam the world. With this kind of hope, the devil became ruthless and began to eat even faster. It could be said that he put all of his energy into this. The giant looked like he was about to cry, and his arms became weaker and weaker. Finally, his entire body quickly shrunk and turned into a golden divine sense that was sucked dry by the devil. The devil was ecstatic. Just as he was about to quickly digest the divine sense, Wang Lin's divine sense turned into a red cloud and completely enveloped the devil. The devil repeatedly let out an unwilling cry. Finally, he had no choice but to spit out the core formation stage cultivator's divine sense bit by bit. After going through the transformation in the devil's body, the divine sense that was spat out had become an ownerless divine sense. Wang Lin's mind moved, and the red cloud immediately took the core formation stage cultivator's divine sense out of the collapsing knowledge sea. It broke out of the purple fog and returned to his body. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In his knowledge sea, the core formation stage cultivator's divine sense floated above and was slowly being melted by the ultimate state's divine sense. At this time, the golden all on the periphery dimmed and fell to the ground. Wang Lin took back the jade talisman and grabbed the all in his hand. After looking at it for a while, he put it into his storage pouch. Then, he strode forward and squatted down in a corner outside the formation. He grabbed a spirit stone from the ground and crushed it. Immediately, the purple fog dissipated, revealing the dead core formation stage cultivator's body that was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Standing next to the body, Wang Lin pointed between the cultivator's eyebrows with his right hand and shouted, "Come out, or I'll kill you immediately." A red light unwillingly came out of the cultivator's head and turned into the devil. He was filled with hatred, but then he sighed and returned to Wang Lin's flying sword as if he had accepted his fate and was put back into his storage pouch. Wang Lin stared at the cultivator, and his eyes flickered nonstop. Then he took off the cultivator's storage pouch and waved his right hand. The cultivator's body immediately started burning and turned into a pile of black charcoal. However, within the black charcoal, there was a shining golden core. The golden core size was shrinking rapidly, and its color was getting darker and darker. There were signs of it disappearing. Wang Lin grabbed the golden core and threw it into his mouth without hesitation. Then, he lightly stepped on the ground and disappeared from his original spot, sinking into the ground. This time, he sank for thousands of feet. Deep underground, far away from the surface, Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the ground and digested the golden core in his stomach. The golden core immediately collapsed in his body, and a majestic spiritual power suddenly spread out, filling up Wang Lin's entire body. This spiritual power was so strong that Wang Lin's body couldn't withstand it. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth and nose. Without a word, Wang Lin pointed between his eyebrows, and the heaven-defying bead immediately appeared. His body flashed, and he grabbed the bead and entered the heaven-defying bead space. Inside the heaven-defying bead space, Wang Lin immediately flew to where Situ Nan's nascent soul was. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Gradually, countless blood spots appeared on his body, and his meridians appeared under his skin. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and in a strange way, he placed one hand on his forehead and the other on his abdomen, forming a cycle. At the same time, he silently chanted in his heart. The huge spiritual power from the golden core quickly circulated through his body. His muscles and bones were constantly being baptized by the spiritual power and became even stronger. After 2 months in the heaven-defying bead space, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with fog, and after a long time, they slowly dissipated and his eyes became clear again. The evil demon sect's Jade Scroll said that consuming a golden core can increase one's cultivation. This is indeed true. According to the scroll, I can indeed absorb the spiritual power from the golden core. Unfortunately, this is only an early-stage golden core. Only after practicing the Great Freedom Azure technique can I absorb more than 20% of the spiritual power. If I don't practice the Great Freedom Azure technique, I can at most absorb 10%. Wang Lin muttered to himself. He stood up and clenched his fists. His eyes revealed a look of contemplation. He thought to himself, just absorbing 10% of the spiritual power from the golden core allowed me to break through the intermediate stage and reach the peak of the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. Now, if I meet an early-stage core formation realm cultivator, even without the help of the evil demon, I can still fight. 2 months in the heaven-defying bead space was equivalent to 10 days in the outside world. After Wang Lin left the heaven-defying bead space, he used the Earth Escape technique to rush to the surface. At this moment, it was late at night outside, and everything was quiet. Wang Lin arrived at the battlefield and saw that there were corpses everywhere. The entire spirit vein was pulled out of the ground by someone, revealing a bottomless abyss. After looking around, he quickly left and headed towards the mountain that was occupied by the country of Hofun. After a few hours, Wang Lin arrived at the foot of the mountain and came out from the ground. He stood on his flying sword and flew up. Along the way, a large number of cultivators were strictly inspecting him. However, after seeing the jade talisman Wang Lin used to record the number of enemies he killed, no one stopped him. Wang Lin arrived at the side palace at the top of the mountain. This was the place where Feng Luan summoned him. Outside the side palace, 2 core formation female cultivators were sitting cross-legged. When Wang Lin arrived, they opened their eyes. When they saw that it was Wang Lin, they closed their eyes again and ignored him. Wang Lin stood outside the shop and loudly said, "Disciple greets teacher. Come in." Feng Luan's gentle voice came from inside the palace. Without a word, Wang Lin walked in and saw Feng Luan sitting on a stone chair. Beside her was the middle-aged scholar, Zhou Jin. He nodded at Wang Lin and then looked out the window with his eyebrows furrowed. Feng Luan also looked a bit tired. She looked at Wang Lin and asked, "What is it?" Wang Lin didn't say anything and threw the talisman in his hand. Feng Yuan was startled. She caught it, but didn't check it. Instead, she carefully looked at Wang Lin and then calmly sent her divine sense into the talisman. Her expression suddenly became strange. Zhou Jin turned his head and took the jade talisman from Feng Yuan's hand. He scanned it with his divine sense, and his brows relaxed slightly. He smiled and said, "Not bad. We killed 61 Foundation Establishment cultivators and 1 Core Formation cultivator. If we can persevere, we might be able to obtain the Sky Separation Pill. However, I'm very curious. You were only at the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment before, so how did you reach the peak stage of Foundation Establishment so quickly? Even so, it is nearly impossible to kill a Core Formation cultivator. How did you do it?" Towards the end of his sentence, his tone became stern. Wang Lin had already expected this question. He calmly said, "That Core Formation cultivator was attacked and escaped with heavy injuries. When I caught up, he was already on the verge of death. I took his golden core and used the evil demon sex devouring incense to raise my cultivation from the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment to the false core stage." Devouring incense. Zhou Jin's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Wang Lin's body. He found that there were remnants of a golden core in Wang Lin's body and no longer spoke. Feng Yuan meaningfully looked at Wang Lin. She took out a piece of jade from her bag of holding and said, "This is the second map. I'll give you 10 core formation cultivators. If you kill 150 people, come to me for the third map." Wang Lin nodded and checked the jade with his divine sense. There was indeed a map inside. If he put the 2 maps together, Wang Lin would be able to clearly see the terrain around Hofen. Hofen was at the edge of the Sea of Devils. From the map, Hofen was not on the continent Zhao was on. According to the map, there was another continent on the other side of the Sea of Devils. As for the name of the continent, the map did not show it. Presumably, it would be on the last map. On the second map, there was a detailed description of the Sea of Devils. Wang Lin didn't look at it in detail and withdrew his divine sense. He looked at Wang Lin with admiration and smiled. The cultivators of Xian Wu have joined forces. There will be a big battle soon. If you want to accumulate military merit, these few days are the best time. Wang Lin was about to speak when a scream came from outside. Zhou Jin and Feng Yuan's expressions became gloomy and they disappeared. Wang Lin quickly walked out of the side hall and saw a nascent soul with countless wounds floating in the air. The nascent soul said, "Fellow cultivators, the country's sealing formation has been broken. The fire beasts are attacking." Chapter 140. Wang Lin's expression was uncertain. The news of the country lock formation being broken was extremely bad for him. Once those fire beasts rushed over, they would definitely lock onto him. Thinking about the scene of the overwhelming fire beasts chasing after him, Wang Lin's scalp tingled. He immediately made up his mind to get the map as soon as possible. As for the distant heaven pill, it seemed like he wouldn't have time to wait until the end of the month to obtain it. Thinking of this, Wang Lin frowned. The map was in Feng Yuan's hands, and he didn't have enough time to go out and kill people to accumulate 150. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he made up his mind. His divine sense moved, and Yang Xiong and Lin Tao's positions immediately appeared in his mind. He quietly took a few steps back and quickly flew towards Yang Xiong's position. As a patrolling disciple of the War God Temple, Yang Xiong didn't dare to relax for even a moment. He vigilantly patrolled around, but his eyes would occasionally glance at the top of the mountain. When the broken nascent soul flew past him, Yang Xiong had a premonition that something big was about to happen. Suppressing the heavy feeling in his heart, Yang Xiong sighed inwardly. Just as he was about to patrol in the northwest direction, his mind suddenly shook. He changed his direction and flew towards the distant jungle in the north. After entering the jungle, he looked around and respectfully said, "Yang Xiong greets Master." Wang Lin came out from behind a tree and looked at Yang Xiong, asking, "Where is Zhou Zihong?" Although Yang Xiong was puzzled, he didn't ask. Instead, he pondered for a while and said, "I remember that junior sister Zhou should be in the 4th Squad of the 3rd Brigade, but I don't remember the specifics." Wang Lin looked at Yang Xiong and said, I have returned Zhou Zihong's soul blood. Yang Xiong's body trembled and his breathing became rapid, but he quickly suppressed it and returned to normal. He looked up at Wang Lin and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he lightly said, "If you can make Zhou Zihong come here, I will return the soul blood to you." Yang Xiong's eyes were bloodshot and his breathing became rapid. After a long time, he whispered, "Master, are you serious?" Wang Lin frowned, but he still nodded. Yang Xiong took out a jade slip and placed it on his forehead. He didn't know what to say. The jade slip flashed a few times before it was thrown out and turned into a gray light. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the sound of a flying sword could be heard from a distance. A beautiful woman with red lips and white teeth landed. It was Zhou Zihong. She put away the flying sword and frowned. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Wang Lin next to Yang Xiong, and her face immediately became pale. Wang Lin waved his right hand and threw out Yang Xiong's soul blood. After Yang Xiong caught it, he revealed a look of shame. He didn't dare to look at Zhou Zihong as he lowered his head and quickly left the forest. Zhou Zihong's face was pale, and she bit her red lips. After a long time, she took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, "Progenitor Feng Wan is my mother." When she saw me, she immediately noticed something was wrong, so Zhou Zihong shook his head and sighed. "This matter is over. Don't mention it again." "Zhou Zihong, I want to ask you for a favor." Zhou Zihong was startled. After a moment of silence, she asked, "Is it a map?" Wang Lin nodded. "My hometown is very far away. Without a map, I won't be able to find it." Zhou Zihong looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression and suddenly said, "Help me kill 2 people. What cultivation level?" Wang Lin raised his eyebrows. "One is mid and one is peak late." Zhou Zihong's eyes were cold. "Okay." Wang Lin nodded without hesitation. "You also know these 2 people. One is Ma Liang's childhood sweetheart, Su Si, and the other is Zhouan, who is fooling around with her. You don't need to kill them now. It won't be too late to kill them after you leave. As for the map, I'll bring it to you in 2 hours." Zhou Zihong looked deeply at Wang Lin, turned around, and flew away on her sword. "Ma Liang, this is the last thing I'll do for you." Zhou Zihong's face was filled with melancholy as she slowly flew away. Wang Lin looked at Zhou Zihong's back and spread out his divine sense. He immediately found Su Si's location. He left a trace of his divine sense on Su Si that day, so it was very easy to find her. After finding Su Si's location, Wang Lin immediately drilled into the ground. After 2 hours, Wang Lin returned to his original spot and sat cross-legged, waiting for Zhou Zihong. A strange expression flashed across his face. When he found Su Si in a remote corner of the back mountain, she was having sex with Zhouan. Her breasts rippled like waves, and the sound of her moaning echoed in the air. The 2 white bodies continued to collide with each other, creating a series of popping sounds. Wang Lin watched for a while and secretly left a trace of his divine sense on Zhou, and that would flare up in half a month. After waiting in the forest for a while, Zhou Zihong didn't come. It was a female disciple at the qi condensation stage. She threw a piece of jade into the forest and left without looking back. Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and the piece of jade flew into his hand. After checking it with his divine sense, Wang Lin calmly put it into his bag of holding. Then he took a deep breath, and without hesitation, he drilled into the ground and disappeared. After combining the 3 maps, Wang Lin saw that Hofen belonged to the continent of Zhou Wu, which was separated from the continent of Zhao by the Sea of Devils. If he wanted to return to Zhao, he would have to pass through the Sea of Devils, which was said to be filled with demonic cultivators. The map didn't have much information about the Sea of Devils, but it emphasized that it was very dangerous. Even nascent soul cultivators wouldn't dare to casually enter. The map also pointed out that the Sea of Devils wasn't a real sea, but rather, it was created during the Ancient War. A powerful cultivator used a spell to evaporate the entire sea to kill his enemies. After that, the entire Sea of Devils was covered in fog. Calling it a sea of fog was the best way to describe it. Many of the creatures that originally lived in the sea had evolved over a long period of time. They had adapted to the fog and could now live in it. At the same time, due to the special fog in the Sea of Devils, there was 1 month every year when the fog would turn back into seawater. After 1 month, the fog would return to its original state. The harsh terrain caused the resources here to be barren and spirit veins to be sparse. Killing and robbing was common here, so it slowly became a gathering place for demonic cultivators. Even some of the evil cultivators that were wanted by high-ranking cultivation countries came here to use the special terrain of the Sea of Devils to avoid being hunted down. This was where the name Sea of Devils came from. As for its original name, it had long been forgotten. The forces in the Sea of Devils were very chaotic. Not many people were willing to enter the Sea of Devils. As Wang Lin escaped, he was digesting the information on the map in the jade. Suddenly, his body stopped, and his divine sense spread out from underground. He saw 2 rays of sword energy flying through the sky. One of them was a woman, Shunqing. Her face was pale, and her body was on the verge of collapsing. This woman's eyebrows were like smoke, and she was dazzling like a lotus fairy, gentle and elegant. She was precisely the female cultivator of the Luo He sect, Lim Yuan, whom he'd met once before. The person chasing after her was a young man with oily hair and a powdered face. This young man chased after her at a leisurely pace while loudly ridiculing her. "Little girl, I've already killed all 13 of your team members. Where else can you run to?" Lim Yuan didn't say a word. She bit her lower lip and flew forward. The young man waved his hand, and with a tearing sound, Lim Yuan let out a scream. Her clothes were torn off, revealing her snow-white skin. The young man let out a laugh. He sniffed his hand, and his eyes revealed a silver light. Wang Lin took a few glances before withdrawing his gaze. The young man's cultivation level was very high, mid-stage core formation. Wang Lin didn't want to cause any trouble. The most important thing right now was to leave before the fire beasts arrived. He had only met Lim Yuan once, so he really didn't want to risk his life to save her. Just as he was about to leave, the young man's eyes lit up. He waved his hand, and a ray of black light shot toward where Wang Lin was hiding. "There is a junior that knows the Earth Escape technique hiding here. Since we have met, then you can stay." Wang Lin sighed and jumped up the moment the ray of black light hit the ground. Lim Yuan sensed something was wrong and turned around. Her face immediately lit up and she cried, "It's you, Senior Marshal Brother. Save me." With that, the flying sword under her feet suddenly turned and arrived next to Wang Lin in the blink of an eye. The young man laughed and pointed with his right hand. 7 or 8 flying swords immediately appeared in front of him and spun around. In an instant, they were already near the 2 of them. However, most of these flying swords were aimed at Wang Lin. Lim Yuan only had 1 flying sword on her, and it wasn't aimed at her vital points. It was obvious that the young man didn't want to kill her. Wang Lin sighed and grabbed Lim Yuan's arm. His body narrowly dodged the flying swords and once again sank into the ground. He used the Earth Escape technique to its extreme and quickly escaped. The Earth Escape technique was indeed a great technique. Even though it was a branch of it, its speed was still very fast. Even though Wang Lin was carrying another person, his speed didn't slow down at all. The young man had a playful expression as he controlled the flying sword to attack the ground. Waves of vibrations came from the ground. But very quickly, as Wang Lin's speed increased, his expression became serious. He put away his playful heart and chased after Wang Lin. However, even though he was a completion-level cultivator, speed was not his forte. If it was a normal foundational-level flying sword, he could easily chase after it. However, against the 5-element escape technique, he immediately showed his weakness and chased further and further away. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. He looked back at Lim Yuan with a ruthless gaze. Lim Yuan's heart skipped a beat. She knew she was dragging him down. She pursed her lips and quickly said, "This person is an elder of the Xian Wu cultivation sect. I don't know how he found out I have a distant heaven pill, but he didn't care about his status to come." Before she finished speaking, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he said, "You have a distant heaven pill?" Wang Lin's gaze made Lim Yuan extremely afraid. She was a very smart person, or else she wouldn't have said the words distant heaven pill. In order to get this person a teacher, she had to gamble. After all, this person was also from the country of Ho Fun. Falling into his hands was better than falling into the hands of that core formation cultivator. Thinking about this, she immediately said, I don't have a prestige distant heaven pill. I only have a semi-finished product. Seeing Wang Lin's gaze, her eyes turned red, and she quickly explained, the Luhi Sex distant heaven pill isn't a finished product, only a semi-finished product. However, you only need to refine it for half an hour to complete the final step and turn it into a prestige pill. Once the distant heaven pill is completed, it cannot be stored. It must be consumed within a year, or else its effects will be greatly reduced. Wang Lin's mind raced. He originally wanted to go around to the Sea of Devils, but in order to get rid of the youth, he grabbed Li Muin's soft hand and quickly changed directions toward the border of Ho Fun. Wang Lin had his own plans. He had two choices. One was to go to the peak of the Ho Fun Union. There were many powerful cultivators there, and it wasn't far. Once he got there, he would be saved. However, not to mention whether or not the core formation youth in Xianwu would allow them to escape there. If Li Muin changed her mind, it would be very difficult for him to get the distant heaven pill. The second choice was to go to the border of Ho Fun. Calculating the time, the fire beasts should be on their way. Wang Lin didn't hesitate and chose the second option. The young man chased closely after him. Seeing that he was getting faster and faster, he let out an angry snort and pulled out a crystalline leaf from his bag of holding. After looking at it carefully for a moment, he tossed it forward. The leaf immediately grew larger until it was about 3 meters long. The young man stepped onto the leaf, formed a seal with one hand, and shouted, "Go!" The moment he finished speaking, the leaf quickly charged forward. It was so fast that it left behind an afterimage that only dissipated after a long time. The distance between the two sides was closed. Li Muin's face became even more pale. She didn't dare to think about the consequences of being forced to fight. She couldn't help but complain about Wang Lin's decision to not go to the Ho Fun Union's peak. However, she only dared to think about it in her heart. She didn't dare to show it on her face. She was afraid that if she angered Wang Lin, he would throw her away. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he calculated the time in his heart. From a moment he found out that the formation had been broken until now, it had been around 6 hours. Not counting the time it took for his nascent soul to teleport and the time it took for the fire beasts to break the formation, the fire beasts must have already crossed the border of Ho Fun and entered Xianwu. While calculating in his heart, Wang Lin's divine sense immediately detected a dense, red cloud sweeping toward him. When a young man in pursuit saw the red cloud, his expression immediately changed. Without any hesitation, he turned around and gave up on the chase, quickly flying away. With his status, he already knew the reason why Ho Fun invaded Xianwu. All of this was because of the dense red cloud of fire beasts. The group of fire beasts was naturally very fast, and Wang Lin's earth escape technique was also very fast. The moment the two sides crossed each other, there was a large gap between them. Li Muin's heart jumped as she watched the fire beasts fly further and further away. Her heart calmed down a bit, but she immediately reacted and exclaimed, "Stop, we should go report. Aren't these fire beasts sealed by the country sealing formation?" Wang Lin coldly looked at her and said, "They already know. You don't need to worry." Just at this moment, a powerful divine sense suddenly appeared and swept across the area. It suddenly stopped on Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin knew this was bad. He took out a spirit liquid from his bag of holding and drank a large gulp. Without any hesitation, he grabbed Li Muin and used the earth escape technique to its fullest. The fire beasts that had already flown far away suddenly stopped one by one. They let out heaven-shaking roars and turned around to chase after Zhao Jiuge. However, the distance between the two sides was very far, and Wang Lin's reaction speed was very fast. Not only did he not slow down, he actually sped up. Although the fire beasts were chasing after him, they could only follow from far away. Li Muin's divine sense noticed this strange scene, and a strange thought appeared in her mind. She had a feeling that the target of these fire beasts was not the Hofen Union, but the cold youth in front of her. The true five-element escape technique was a powerful technique. Not only did it consume a large amount of spirit force, but it also had strict requirements for talent. However, Wang Lin only cultivated a branch of it, the pseudo-earth escape technique. Aside from the large amount of spirit force it consumed, it didn't have high requirements for talent. You could even slowly and accurately use it. Although Wang Lin hadn't comprehended it for a long time, he had used it many times. Now, he was very familiar with the earth escape technique. As for the consumption of spirit force, to put it bluntly, the thing that Wang Lin was least afraid of was the consumption of spirit force. After 3 days of using the earth escape technique, Wang Lin brought Li Muin across the country of Hofun. The fire beasts behind him were getting closer and closer, and their roars could be heard. At the border of Hofun, Wang Lin came out from underground. He looked at the sea of devils in the distance and said to the exhausted Li Muin, "Are you confident you can refine the distant heaven pill before the fire beasts catch up?" Right now, Li Muin was afraid of Wang Lin from the bottom of her heart. She was certain that the target of the fire beasts was the person in front of her. Otherwise, there was no way the fire beast would leave the Hofen Union alone and chase after him. Also, from the looks of it, the fire beast seemed to have a deep hatred for this person. Most importantly, Li Muin had some understanding of the earth escape technique. She knew that, aside from core formation cultivators, it was impossible for foundation establishment cultivators to use the earth escape technique for 3 days in a row. She was very curious about the liquid that Wang Lin drank every time his spirit force weakened. Now that she heard Wang Lin's words, her face became even more pale. With her intelligence, how could she not guess the meaning behind his words? If she could make it, then perhaps he would give her a chance to live, such as luring the fire beasts away or letting her go. However, if she couldn't make it, then this cold young man would take away her incomplete distant heaven pill without any hesitation and leave her behind. Thinking about this, Li Muin's body trembled. She had seen many cultivators torn apart by fire beasts and was extremely afraid. Wang Lin frowned. Right now, time was of the essence, but Li Muin was in a daze. How could he know what Li Muin was thinking? In reality, Li Muin's guess was not completely correct. If she couldn't make it in a short period of time, then although Wang Lin would take away the incomplete distant heaven pill, he would also give her some life-saving treasures. Plus, the fire beast target was him, so the chances of Li Muin surviving were very high. When Li Muin saw Wang Lin frown, her heart trembled. She bit her lips and said, Senior apprentice brother, there's too little time. I can't make it, but I know how to refine pills. I can refine almost all of the pills in the Luhi sect. I also remember a lot of ancient pill recipes. As long as I have the materials, I can refine them. Wang Lin was startled. He looked at Li Muin a few times and saw a red light appear in the distance. He grabbed Li Muin's arm and quickly rushed toward the Sea of Devils. Li Muin didn't know that her words had tempted Wang Lin. From Wang Lin's point of view, Li Muin was a moving pill furnace. If he used it well, his cultivation would increase greatly. This was something Wang Lin had learned from Sun Yotsai's life experience. The Sea of Devils was very large, and the terrain was almost concave. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a giant basin. However, there were many mountains in the basin. Although there were no trees, there were many strange plants. If one looked closely, they would find that these plants could be traced back to ancient sea plants. The season that Wang Lin entered was when the fog in the Sea of Devils was the thickest. Soon, the fog would turn into seawater. After 1 month of seawater, the seawater would suddenly evaporate and the place would once again be covered in fog. Li Muin was pulled in the fog by Wang Lin. Her body trembled as she bit her lower lip and whispered, Senior apprentice brother, this is the Sea of Devils. Wang Lin coldly said, I know. Li Muin let out a sigh and didn't say anything. The moment they entered the fog of the Sea of Devils, slivers of cold energy came from the fog. This feeling shocked Wang Lin. He didn't expect there to be cold spiritual energy here. He was pleasantly surprised. Compared to Ho Fun, the Sea of Devils was like a block of ice. It was a stark contrast to the heat of Ho Fun. This was the first time Lim Yuen had come to the Sea of Devils. All the rumors she had heard about the Sea of Devils came to mind. Her face couldn't help but become even paler than before. Wang Lin stopped in the fog of the Sea of Devils. The fog here was not too thick, so he could see the border of Ho Fun in the distance. In the distance, there were red clouds and fire beasts gathered. However, they stopped at the border of the Sea of Devils. Aside from letting out angry roars, they didn't move forward. Gradually, more and more fire beasts gathered, but none of them took half a step into the Sea of Devils. It was as if there was an invisible barrier between the two of them. After a long time, a fire beast finally rushed out, but as soon as it touched the mist, it immediately let out a series of miserable cries. Its body rapidly shrank, emitting bursts of white smoke, and the color of its skin quickly changed from red to gray. This scene was like throwing a piece of hot coal that had just come out of the oven into ice water. When Wang Lin saw this, he felt a bit more at ease. According to his plan, if the fire beasts entered the fog, the creatures and cultivators in the Sea of Devils would be able to stop them. Also, the size of the Sea of Devils was thousands of times the size of Ho Fun. The map didn't say there was a big difference, but the description of the Sea of Devils clearly pointed out the difference. With how big the Sea of Devils was, if Wang Lin escaped, even if the fire beasts wanted to find him, they wouldn't be able to. Wang Lin's body moved in a flash. He grabbed Lim Yuen, the moving furnace, and quickly moved down through the fog. His G-realm divine sense spread out and carefully observed the surroundings. Opening a cave and quickly reaching the core formation stage was Wang Lin's only plan. Only by reaching the core formation stage and becoming the strongest cultivator under the nascent soul stage would he be able to survive in the Sea of Devils. Serene's secret order, Taoist elders and demonic cultivators. Serene is using his body to exchange for a monthly ticket. One monthly ticket can be exchanged for a nascent soul body. Men and women are not limited. Appearance, body, and talent are acceptable. If you have 2 monthly tickets, you can exchange for a soul transformation body. You will also be given a body possession manual. If you practice according to the manual, you will definitely be able to possess a body. I hope everyone will buy it quickly. The time limit is before the end of the month. Chapter 141. The fog in the Sea of Devils was very dense, and there was a hint of coldness in the fog. Not long after entering, Wang Lin's clothes were soaked by the fog and stuck to his body. It was very uncomfortable. He then looked at Lim Yuen. Her face was no longer pale and was now red. Her skin was smooth and smooth. Her clothes were also soaked by the mist, revealing her curvaceous and graceful body. She looked even more lovely and enchanting, like she was in a painting. Wang Lin only took one look before withdrawing his gaze. His heart wasn't affected at all. In his view, if Lim Yuen didn't know how to refine the distant heaven pill and was good at refining pills, he wouldn't have let her follow him. The Sea of Devils was a giant basin. Wang Lin had been going down for a long time and still hadn't reached the bottom. However, he could clearly feel that the deeper he went, the colder the yin energy became. Strange creatures began to appear in the fog. Some of these creatures gave off spiritual energy that made Wang Lin's heart skip a beat. Luckily, he was very careful and didn't encounter any danger along the way. Lim Yuen was very nervous. She had heard too many rumors about the Sea of Devils. There was no logic here. Strength was the only weapon. Also, there weren't many female cultivators in the Sea of Devils. Once a female cultivator was found, unless they had a powerful backer, their fate would be very miserable. Before the upheaval in Ho Fun, there was a large amount of cultivators stationed at the border of the Sea of Devils. Many of them were nascent soul cultivators. Their purpose was to prevent demonic cultivators from escaping and plundering the Sea of Devils. Luckily, most of the powerful forces in the Sea of Devils were at the center of the Sea of Devils. Most of them were small forces, so as long as they were on guard, they wouldn't be able to cause too much trouble. Wang Lin didn't know how long he flew for, but he suddenly stopped. Lim Yuen couldn't stop fast enough and almost crashed into his back. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he looked into the fog and said, get the hell out here. 3 thin and tall figures appeared in the fog. However, it was impossible to see their appearances clearly because of the fog. One of the 3 was a male cultivator, and one of them spoke in a sharp voice. "How dare you? This is the territory of my fighting evil sect. If you know what's good for you, leave the female cultivator behind. Otherwise," before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin snorted coldly. "Noisy, die." The map said that there was no reason in the sea of devils. Only the strong were respected. With a wave of his right hand, his G-realm divine sense instantly spread out. The 3 opponents were only at the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, so Wang Lin could kill them as he pleased. In the blink of an eye, red lightning flashed in the eyes of the 3. Their bodies trembled, and their eyes filled with confusion. Their divine senses were destroyed, and they died. Wang Lin walked forward. After collecting their bags of holding, he kicked the 3 corpses into the fog. Then he didn't even look at them, as he quickly moved forward. Lim Yuan looked at the scene before her in horror. This was the first time she had seen Wang Lin make a move. The 3 of them were at the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm like her, but they didn't even have the ability to resist and died just like that. Her heart trembled as she looked at Wang Lin's back. She suddenly remembered half a month ago when her brother, Li Qiqing, told her about the battle at the Spirit Vein near the border of Xianwu that involved more than 1,000 people. At the beginning of the battle, a very strange thing happened in Xianwu. All the Foundation Establishment cultivators mysteriously died during the battle and fell from the sky. If it was 1 or 2, it wouldn't be a big deal, but there were less than 200 Foundation Establishment cultivators, and almost half of them died mysteriously. When she first heard about it, she thought it was just a rumor and didn't take it seriously. However, now that she saw the 3 mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators silently die, she couldn't help but think about that battle. She was behind Wang Lin. Her voice trembled as she asked, Senior apprentice brother, which brigade were you in the Hofen Union?" Wang Lin didn't even turn his head as he coldly said, "The 10th Brigade." When the words 10th Brigade entered Lim Yuan's ears, it was like thunder. She clearly remembered that her brother told her that Hofun's side was the 10th Brigade. Now she was almost certain that this cold young man was the one who caused the deaths of a large number of Foundation Establishment cultivators in Xianwu. Thinking about this, the last trace of resistance in her heart disappeared. She couldn't bring herself to retreat at all. However, shortly after, she suddenly remembered a strange spell she saw in the Luo He Sect's scripture pavilion. She couldn't help but blurt out, "What you just used, was it the death spell?" Wang Lin was a bit startled, but his expression didn't change at all. He didn't stop and asked, "You also know the death spell?" After hearing Wang Lin's words, Lim Yuan was even more certain that he was using the legendary death spell. Rumor has it that the death spell was an auspicious spell that was extremely difficult to learn. Once it was learned, all the user needed to do was say the word die, and anyone they looked at would immediately die. This spell was known as the most vicious demonic spell in the ancient times. Rumor has it that to learn this spell, one needed to combine 3 energies into one. The first energy was Yin energy. The Yin energy referred to a woman's primordial Yin. The Yin energy referred to the Yin energy of a woman. The second energy was death energy. It absorbed the energy of corpses and bones to form death energy. It leaned towards Yin energy, but its essence was like heaven and earth. The third energy was killing intent. After killing to a certain degree, the body would naturally produce a will. This will, after cultivation, would transform into killing intent. After combining the 3 energies into one and going through a 9 out of 10 elimination, the survivor would be able to start mastering the death spell. Once one cultivated the death spell, they would have to endure unimaginable pain every day and go through a 9 out of 10 elimination every 3 years. After going through several cycles like this, the death spell would be considered weak. If one continued to cultivate it, the chances of one dying would be even higher. According to calculations, if one cultivated the death spell, the chances of one becoming strong were almost 0. Although the power of this divine ability was great, it was too vicious. Even people of the Devil Dao would rarely cultivate it. After hearing Li Muin's trembling voice explain the death spell, Wang Lin's expression changed, and he remained silent. His silence made Li Muin even more afraid. Her heart couldn't stop pounding. After walking in the sea of devils for a while, Wang Lin finally sank to the bottom of the sea. The fog here was even thicker, and the Yin energy was even thicker. Wang Lin stared at the ground and pondered for a while. Then he took a few steps back and jumped around until he found a tall mountain at the bottom of the sea. He stood on a giant rock, slapped his bag of holding, and threw out a flying sword. He pointed at the mountain with his right hand, and the flying sword immediately flew out. The sound of metal colliding could be heard. Wang Lin frowned. The hardness of the mountain was beyond his imagination. The flying sword had little effect on it. He let out a snort and slapped his bag of holding again. Suddenly, more than 30 flying swords flew out. His G-realm divine sense condensed on each flying sword. They immediately turned into a rain of swords that bombarded the mountain. As a result, his progress was greatly improved. A cave quickly appeared in the middle of the mountain. Along the way, Li Muin was already used to Wang Lin's actions. She secretly thought that if this guy could successfully cultivate the death spell, then it wouldn't be strange for him to be able to control more than 30 flying swords. Although she knew that controlling more than 30 flying swords was very demanding on a cultivator's divine sense, she still couldn't control them. Time slowly passed. A large cave was dug in the middle of the mountain. There were 4 stone rooms inside the cave. It was a simple cave. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He took out spirit stones from his bag of holding and placed a formation around the cave. When Li Muin saw the formation, her eyes revealed a look of surprise. But after looking at the formation, the surprise in her eyes faded and was replaced with a faint trace of disdain. However, she quickly concealed it. However, this trace of disdain was still noticed by Wang Lin. Although he had been setting up the formation, his divine sense had never left Li Muin. Even on the way here, it was still the same. If Li Muin made any strange movements, Wang Lin wouldn't have any pity for her. He would kill her without hesitation. Wang Lin put away the spirit stones in his hand. Without turning around, he coldly said, "I plan to stay in this cave for a long time. If someone breaks the formation, I can just leave. As for you, you can only rely on yourself." With that, he turned around and looked at Li Muin. Li Muin clenched her teeth. Without another word, she floated forward and took out a small black flag from her bag of holding. After placing the flags around the cave, she was still a bit worried, so she continued to set up more formations. Finally, she reorganized the formations that Wang Lin had set up and linked them together. After that, she hesitated for a moment. Then, she clenched her teeth and took out a large piece of crystal blue beast bone. Using a flying sword, she cut it into several pieces. With a serious expression on her face, she carefully calculated and placed one of the pieces into position. Then, she began to calculate again. By the time all 18 pieces of beast bone were in position, 6 hours had passed. Sweat appeared on Li Muin's forehead. She looked exhausted and said, "Including the ones you set up, there are a total of 214 formations. However, these are only elementary formations and can only prevent foundation establishment cultivators from entering. Just now, I used the crystal beast bone to set up the 9 skeletal abandonment formation. Because there aren't many spirit beast bones, it can only display 30% of its power. However, even a core formation cultivator will be able to block them for at least 2 hours. I only have that many crystal beast bones. If I want the formation to be even stronger, I'll need more." With that, she tossed out a jade slip. Wang Lin caught it and scanned it with his divine sense. It contained a method to enter the 9 skeletal abandonment formation. After carefully reading it, Wang Lin crushed the jade slip, looked at Li Muin, and pointed forward. Li Muin knew that he couldn't trust her, so she didn't resist. She walked into the formation. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He left a strand of divine sense on Li Muin's body and followed her in. After safely passing through the formation and entering the cave, Li Muin took out a small flag from her bag of holding. She gently waved it, and suddenly, the formation outside the cave began to activate. A dense fog appeared. From the outside, it was impossible to see anything wrong with this place. Even if you walked in, you would only be able to see the mountain, not the cave. Inside the cave, Wang Lin's gaze looked up and down at Li Muin. His gaze caused Li Muin's face to turn even paler. She took a few steps back and whispered, "Senior apprentice brother, should I refine the distant heaven pill for you now?" Wang Lin shook his head and said, "I don't dare to eat the pill you refine." Li Muin's eyes immediately turned red. She silently lowered her head. After a long time, she raised her head, revealing her tear-stained face. She softly said, "Senior apprentice brother saved my life. What I need to do for you to trust me? Just tell me." At this moment, she was extremely beautiful. Wang Lin wasn't moved by Li Muin's beauty. His expression was still the same as before as he calmly said, "I don't want to force you, so I won't ask for too much. You only need to refine enough pills for me before I reach the core formation stage. Once I reach the core formation stage, I'll send you out of the Sea of Devils. However, during this time, I need you to hand over your soul blood to ensure that there won't be any problems when refining the pills." Li Muin pondered a little and firmly nodded. She touched her brow and forced out a drop of blood. Her soul entered the drop of blood, and then it floated toward Wang Lin. After Wang Lin caught it, he threw out several bags of holding and said, "All the materials are here. See what kind of pills you can refine." Li Muin checked with her divine sense and immediately exclaimed, This is desolate wood root. There's also yellow pill grass. There's even burning gold root, sky spirit grass." The more she looked, the more shocked she became. Most of the materials in the bags of holding were used to refine pills. Some of them were even extinct in Ho Fun. Only the disciples that returned from the foreign battleground every 100 years would bring back some. Wang Lin rubbed his chin and threw out more than 10 bags of holding. These were all his spoils of war. All the treasures and spirit stones had been taken by him, leaving behind these materials that he didn't recognize. Now was the perfect time for Li Muin to identify them. After checking all of the bags of holding, Li Muin's face lit up. Her face was now filled with excitement. She grabbed the bags of holding and asked, "Senior apprentice brother, I can use these as I please, right?" Wang Lin nodded and said, "I only want high-grade pills. As for the process, you can do as you please." For the first time, Li Muin smiled at Wang Lin. She smiled sweetly and confidently said, "Senior apprentice brother, don't worry. I calculated that with these materials, I can refine around 300 yellow spirit pills, 50 poison avoidance pills, and other pills with different effects. Once I'm done, I'll introduce them to Senior apprentice brother. Senior brother, among the materials you have, there is one that is the most precious. It is this blood-sucking vines." As she spoke, she took out a seemingly limitless red piece of wood from a storage bag. This blood-sucking vine is one of the main ingredients for the distant heaven pill. It is also the most important material. I have only seen this blood-sucking vine in ancient books. This is the first time I've seen the real thing. With it, I'm confident I can refine a distant heaven pill. However, the effect will be a bit weaker. After all, I need to find substitutes for the other herbs. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he said, "I won't ask about the matter of refining pills." He muttered to himself for a bit and said, "I'm going to go out for a while. I'll be back in at least 3 days and at most half a month. Be careful." With that, he was about to leave. Li Muin hesitated for a bit and quickly said, "Senior apprentice brother, can you help me find a cauldron when you go out? The other herbs are fine, since I can use the cauldron I carry with me. However, if I use a normal cauldron to refine the distant heaven pill, the success rate will only be 50%. In the past, the refinement of the distant heaven pill was done using the sex worldly furnace." Wang Lin frowned and glanced at Li Muin. After a moment of silence, he didn't say anything and walked out of the cave. Li Muin secretly sighed. She didn't want to lie to him before, but she was worried that if she told him the truth, he would leave her behind. However, now that they had reached this point, and she had even handed over the soul blood, she had to tell him about the success rate of the distant heaven pill. Otherwise, if something were to happen in the future, he might take his anger out on her. After leaving the cave, Wang Lin determined the direction and looked at the continent of Zhao across the Sea of Devils. His eyes became cold as he muttered to himself, "Tung Huayuan, I'm about to reach the core formation stage. Once I reach the nascent soul stage, I'll slaughter my way back to Zhao and wash your Tung family city in blood. You can't die early. Stay alive and wait for me to return." The coldness in his eyes disappeared as he used the Earth Escape technique and quickly moved forward. His purpose for going out was to find the bones of spirit beasts. According to Limuan, the 9-skeleton formation would only be able to display its full power if he added more spirit beast bones. Wang Lin knew that he was about to go into closed-door cultivation to break through to the core formation stage. In this dangerous sea of devils, he needed a relatively safe cave to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Also, the refining technique Wang Lin learned from the War God's Shrine also required the bones of spirit beasts to make a reaction furnace. With these two factors combined, he was determined to get the bones of spirit beasts. According to the description of the Sea of Devils, there were a lot of spirit beasts in the fog. In addition, there were also the bones of dead spirit beasts scattered at the bottom of the sea. However, most of these bones had been dug out by others, so even after walking for a long time, Wang Lin still hadn't found a single one. Adding on the fact that the fog was very thick, his vision was almost useless. He could only use his divine sense to check his surroundings. As he was walking, Wang Lin's expression changed, and he quickly took a few steps back. He saw a dim sword light come out from the fog behind him and flash by where Wang Lin was. Wang Lin's cultivation had already reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, so he was able to clearly see the cultivator in the sword light. The cultivator was about 40 years old and was at the early stage of foundation establishment. His face was dark purple and his breathing was short. It was clear that he had been poisoned, which caused the spiritual energy in his body to be in a mess, making it hard for him to control his flying sword. As soon as the sword light flew past, another ray of light immediately shot over and chased after it. Wang Lin revealed a strange expression. The person chasing the foundation establishment cultivator was a young cultivator at the peak of the 15th layer of chi condensation. His face was like jade, and his eyes were long and slender. There was a hint of evil on his face. The evil-looking young man held a piece of black beast bone in his hand. As he chased after them, he constantly blew at the beast bone. Every time he blew, a wisp of black smoke would rise from the beast bone. The moment the smoke appeared, it immediately turned into a thin thread that quickly caught up to the foundation establishment cultivator in front of it and drilled into his body. Senior apprentice brother, hurry up and run. Junior apprentice brother really wants to see how long you can last with 16 different poisons in your body. The evil-looking young man blew on the beast bone and continued, Senior apprentice brother, I spent a long time preparing these 16 poisons. Otherwise, with your foundation establishment cultivation, I wouldn't dare to attack you. Now, you won't be able to run. The middle-aged man clenched his teeth and didn't say a word. The flying sword under his feet was crooked as he staggered forward. The evil-looking young man unhurriedly said, Senior apprentice brother, you are already very old. Why don't you let me use the foundation stealing technique to kill you? Wang Lin looked at the beast bone in the young man's hand with great interest. His body slightly moved, and he quietly followed. After the middle-aged man heard the young man's words, he didn't turn his head and hoarsely cursed, saying, Muya, you murderous bastard. If it weren't for me pleading on your behalf, how could Master accept you as a disciple? Aren't you afraid of Master finding out that you've done such a malicious thing to a fellow disciple? The evil-looking young man laughed wildly and said, Master? Senior apprentice brother, if Master didn't tacitly approve of this, how could I dare to brazenly use the bone poison to sneak attack you? The middle-aged man's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. His body immediately became dispirited, and he tumbled down from the flying sword. The evil-looking young man coldly snorted a few times and flew 10 meters away from the middle-aged man's body. He controlled the flying sword and pierced through the middle-aged man's corpse several times. Only then did he confirm that the middle-aged man was dead. He picked up the corpse and was about to leave. Suddenly, he stopped and stared at the black shadow standing in the thick fog in front of him. Cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. When he was chasing after his senior apprentice brother, he had spread out his divine sense with all his might. There was clearly no one nearby. But now, the opposite party had unexpectedly appeared in front of him. His cultivation was certainly far above his own. He put down the corpse and hastily cupped his hands and bowed. The evil expression on his face was replaced with a simple and honest expression. He respectfully said, "Junior is fighting evil sect's disciple Sang Muya. Senior, why have you blocked my path? Junior will certainly do his utmost." Wang Lin slowly walked out of the dense fog and coldly swept a glance at the opposite party. The young man's originally simple and honest expression suddenly jumped under Wang Lin's gaze. He suddenly felt as if he had been seen through by the opposite party. His heart suddenly trembled with fear. This kind of feeling only appeared when he faced his master, but his master was already half a step into the peak of the core formation stage. Could it be that this person in front of him, who looked to be about the same age as him, was actually a pseudo-core cultivator? The young man's heart trembled, and his expression became even more respectful. "Give me your animal bone," Li Xiandao said. Wang Lin's voice was cold without any emotion. The more he acted like this, the more flustered Sang Muya became. He grew up in the Sea of Devils and was influenced by demonic cultivators. Although his cultivation level wasn't high, he had cultivated a pair of devil knowledge eyes. He knew that the great devils with high cultivation levels were often cold and ruthless. He had seen many demonic cultivators with this kind of coldness before. However, they were all imitations and weren't truly ruthless. But this senior in front of him, this kind of coldness seemed to come from the soul, especially the opposite party's double limit. It made him feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. He quickly threw the beast bone in his hand and didn't dare to have any thoughts of resisting. To be continued. Chapter 142. Wang Lin quickly flew at a low altitude at the bottom of the Sea of Devils. He held a small flag in his hand. This was a soul flag. There were hundreds of souls sealed on the flag, and one of them was Sang Muya. This soul flag belonged to Sang Muya, but unexpectedly, it became the cause of his death. Through his conversation with Sang Muya, Wang Lin found out that the area within a 1 million kilometer radius was the outer area of the Sea of Devils. There were many sects here, big and small, and the Fighting Evil sect was one of them. The person with the highest cultivation level in the sect was the sect head, Lu Sun, who was also Sang Muya's ancestor. He was at the peak of the mid-stage core formation and had a bit of fame in the outer area of the Sea of Devils. The outer area of the Sea of Devils was barren, with very few spirit veins. Under normal circumstances, very few nascent soul demonic cultivators were willing to live here. Most of them lived in the center of the Sea of Devils. In addition, Wang Lin also found out that there were almost no bones of spirit beasts in the outer area of the Sea of Devils. Those powerful spirit beasts usually lived in the center of the Sea of Devils and rarely came here. Even if they came here alone, they were not something that the demonic cultivators in the outer area of the Sea of Devils could kill. However, in the end, Wang Lin still found out that within a 1 million kilometer radius, there were 3 great danger zones. Among the 3 great danger zones, the Corpse Valley had a lot of beast bones. If the nearby sects were looking for beast bone materials, they would usually go there. What was strange was that in the Corpse Valley, after a period of time, there would be more corpses of recently dead spirit beasts. Some of these spirit beasts were extremely powerful when they were alive, so it was impossible for them to come here, let alone die, in the Corpse Valley. Fortunately, although the Corpse Valley was mysterious, as long as one didn't enter the valley, there wouldn't be any danger. As for the bone poison that Sang Muya used to deal with his senior apprentice brother, it was made from the spine of a mysterious crow beast. After Wang Lin studied it, he found out that this bone poison was only effective against Foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, the more profound one's cultivation, the less effective it would be. If it was used against peak late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, it would have almost no effect, let alone core formation cultivators. Wang Lin's current goal was the Corpse Valley. He rapidly flew in the direction that Sang Muya pointed. After arriving outside the Corpse Valley, Wang Lin's eyes could see an endless stretch of underwater mountain ranges. These mountain ranges were high and low, and between them were several large and small low-lying valleys. This was the Corpse Valley. The fog here was not thick and was rather light. It did not affect one's vision much. However, as Wang Lin moved forward, a trace of cold yin-qi came out from the valley. The quality of this yin-qi was completely different from the outside. Wang Lin immediately formed a seal with his right hand and muttered an incantation. Suddenly, traces of red light condensed in front of him and finally formed a white ball of light. As soon as the white ball of light appeared, its color immediately changed. Finally, it turned blue. Wang Lin's eyes flickered incessantly. This was a spell specially used to test the quality of a place of extreme negative energy. According to the color of the ball of light, there were 4 kinds of light: purple, blue, silver, and red, respectively corresponding to the 4 great places of extreme negative energy of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Now that the ball of light had turned blue, it meant that this place had a rare place of earthine. Wang Lin took a deep breath and pointed forward. The ball of light immediately floated forward. Wang Lin leisurely followed behind it. While observing the color of the ball of light, he also looked around for beast bones. Inside the Corpse Valley, Wang Lin swept out with his divine sense and found several cultivators. These cultivators were all flying around looking for beast bones. Even if they met each other, they would only nod slightly and pass by. Wang Lin pondered for a bit. This Corpse Valley was not just one, but it was made up of countless large and small valleys. The deeper one went, the fewer cultivators there were, but the more beast bones there were. After passing through the 9th valley, the number of spirit beast corpses on the ground gradually increased. Some of them were quite frightening and actually occupied more than half of the valley. At this time, Wang Lin was standing on top of a giant beast bone. After carefully observing it, he gave up on the idea of collecting it. Although the beast bone was large, there was no spiritual energy in it. It was clearly not a spirit beast. It was just large in size. As he went deeper into the valley, the color of the ball of light became darker. After entering the 9th valley, he could no longer find any cultivators, and the number of beast bones on the ground gradually increased. Wang Lin paused for a bit in the 9th valley. He carefully observed his surroundings and spread out his divine sense. He had a feeling that the 9th valley was completely different from the previous 8 valleys. As for what this difference was, he couldn't explain it, but he felt like there were countless eyes focused on him the moment he entered. Wang Lin sneered inwardly. He spread out his G-realm divine sense and immediately swept the area. The gazes that were focused on him immediately disappeared, and the valley returned to its previous calm. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then collected the beast bones at a moderate pace. After choosing a few, he walked towards the 10th valley. When Wang Lin passed by the 10th Shan Valley, the ball of light made a popping sound and split into 2. Wang Lin's eyes were serious. He knew that this meant that the quality of the earth-ine had broken through from ordinary to 1st grade. Waves of cold air spread out from the 14th valley, and Wang Lin's body stiffened. Wang Lin looked around and sighed. This place was actually the best place to go into seclusion. It was a pity that this place looked peaceful, but for it to be called one of the 3 danger zones, there had to be some danger. Wang Lin didn't dare to go into seclusion here for a long time. No matter how good the conditions were, he wouldn't choose this place unless he had no other choice. He hesitated for a bit. He had already collected some beast bones along the way, and even if they weren't very effective, they should be able to increase the power of the 9 corpse skeleton formation. But he was a bit unwilling to leave just like this. But looking at the 14th valley from where he was, he could see the overall appearance of the 14th valley. It was clearly different from the Shan Valley. Just its size was almost the same as the previous valleys combined. Besides that, what was strange about the 14th valley was that there were almost no corpses or beast bones. The ground was covered in a layer of blue frost, and it looked very mysterious. Wang Lin looked from afar. The 14th valley wasn't the end of the corpse valley. He was only halfway in. Wang Lin concentrated for a bit, shook his head, and decided to go back. Just as he was about to leave, a roar suddenly came from the distance. Then, a giant flood dragon that was more than 1,000 feet long suddenly came out from the fog. Wang Lin's expression changed. He immediately took a few steps back, and with a light step, he drilled into the ground. But his divine sense spread out, and he stared at the giant flood dragon. He saw the giant flood dragon's body move, and suddenly there was a burst of wind and thunder. Almost in the blink of an eye, it passed through the Sand Valley and flew into the 14th Valley. When the giant flood dragon flew over Wang Lin, a large amount of blood fell from the sky. Wang Lin looked up and saw a deep gash on the giant flood dragon's abdomen. This gash took up half of the flood dragon's body. Wang Lin looked in the direction the giant flood dragon came from and saw a bloody mark on the ground. It was obvious that the flood dragon had never stopped bleeding while it was flying. The flood dragon stopped in the sky above the 14th valley. Its eyes revealed a trace of indifference, as if it didn't care about the blood dripping from its body. It looked up at the sky and let out a final roar. The moment this roar came out, the surrounding air immediately turned into ripples. Waves of violent waves rushed out, as if it was the raging waves of the sea. The beast bones in the surrounding valleys immediately made popping sounds and turned into ashes. The waves continued to push outwards. Wang Lin was underground, but he could still feel the ground being scraped 3 feet away. He was extremely shocked. This flood dragon's strength was probably even higher than a nascent soul cultivator. This roar lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The flood dragon's eyes dimmed, and with the last of its strength, it fell from the sky. The blue frost on the ground seemed to sink into the water as it drilled into the ground. At this moment, Wang Lin jumped out from the ground and rushed forward without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he entered the 14th valley. While his body was still in the air, he grabbed the flood dragon's tail that had drilled half of its body into the blue frost and fiercely pulled it out. With a cracking sound, the flood dragon was dragged out from the ground. Wang Lin's heart beat wildly. Without a word, he carried the heavy flood dragon's corpse and quickly flew out of the corpse valley. The flood dragon's corpse was too heavy. Wang Lin used all of his spirit force and could only barely carry it. He could even hear the sound of his bones being squeezed. But compared to the newly dead flood dragon's corpse, this pain was negligible to Wang Lin. After flying out of the valley, Wang Lin immediately saw the cultivators who were collecting beast bones. Each of them had opened their defensive treasures and were dumbfounded as they looked at him in the air. These cultivators were obviously used to what could happen in the valley at any time. So the moment the giant flood dragon flew over, they immediately scattered, opened all of their defensive treasures, and found solid cover. Even so, there were still some who were affected and their bodies were shattered by the roar. To be able to survive, in addition to having a certain level of cultivation, they also needed to have a sensitive reaction and a vigilant mind. These people were all in the Corpse Valley all year round, and their main source of income was selling. But even though they had been here all year round and had seen some powerful spirit beasts fly in and out of the valley, they had never seen anyone carry out a spirit beast that had just died. This kind of thing, not to mention that they had never seen it before, they had never even heard of it. Not to mention that the person was carrying a complete flood dragon's corpse. A complete flood dragon's corpse that had not yet rotted. At this moment, most of the cultivators lost their minds, and their eyes revealed a greedy red light. Wang Lin could feel many gazes on his body. He coldly snorted and landed on the ground with the flood dragon's corpse. He immediately used the earth escape technique and sank into the ground with the flood dragon. The moment he sank, his G-Realm Divine sense flashed out. The cultivators here were all below the core formation stage, and they all immediately fell to the ground dead. The flood dragon's corpse was too big. Even though Wang Lin drank a large amount of spirit liquid, it was still difficult for him to move quickly. He could only slowly carry the corpse back to the cave. To be continued. Chapter 143. After using the Earth Escape technique for 10 days, Wang Lin finally returned to the cave from the Corpse Valley. After he appeared outside the cave, he carefully observed his surroundings. After making sure there were no abnormalities, he jumped out and threw the dragon corpse on the ground. The ground immediately trembled. This loud sound startled Li Muan. After Wang Lin called her, she opened the formation and revealed her head. However, shortly after, her eyes were attracted by the dragon corpse, and she was in a daze for a while. After Wang Lin dragged the dragon into the formation, he said to Li Muan, "Is it enough to use its bones to set up a formation?" Li Muan nodded in a daze. Her mind was in a mess. She had read about this dragon in some ancient books. It was a spirit beast comparable to a late-stage, nascent soul cultivator. It could be said that its body was full of treasures. There was a dragon core inside its head. It was a natural pill that could increase one's cultivation level with just a bit of refining. Dragon skin was the best material to make defensive armor. Dragon bones, dragon tendons, and so on were all rare treasures. The most precious thing was the dragon's bone marrow. The dragon's bone marrow was determined by its lifespan. The longer it lived, the less bone marrow it would have, and the better its effects would be. Once it completely transformed into a real dragon, its bone marrow would turn into a dragon core. A dragon core was something that cultivators dreamed of. It was rumored that after consuming it, one would gain the body of a dragon and be able to change between the two. From then on, there would be no bottlenecks or restrictions on one's cultivation level. However, one dragon core required the dragon to exist for 9,990,000 years. This determined that up until now, there were no clear records of anyone who had consumed the dragon pill. Even its effects were only rumors. After throwing the dragon to Li Muan, Wang Lin ignored it and walked back into the cave. Aside from the furnace, this trip was quite successful. As for the furnace, Wang Lin learned from Sangmuya that all the tools in the Sea of Devils could be bought at a place called the Refining Sect. The Refining Sect had many branches and shops in many places. The closest one was Nando City, which was 400,000 kilometers away. However, things like furnaces were often very expensive. Wang Lin pondered for a long time, especially after hearing Sangmuya mention that the Fighting Evil Sect's sect head spent more than half of the sect's spirit stones to buy a good furnace. He gave up on the idea of going to Nando City to buy one. Wang Lin temporarily put the matter of the furnace out of his mind. Now that the 9-skeleton formation had the dragon bones, it would be a lot stronger. Now that he had the power to protect himself, Wang Lin decided to go into closed-door cultivation to break through to the core formation stage. In one of the stone rooms, Wang Lin sat down in the lotus position. After sealing the door with a boulder, he slapped his bag of holding and more than 30 flying swords flew out. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He pointed at the ground, and the flying swords all flew down. Not long after, a hole was dug deep into the ground. Wang Lin's eyes became serious. He shot out a ray of light that turned into a white ball of light. The color of the ball of light changed until it was light blue. Wang Lin slightly frowned, but he soon relaxed. Although a normal rank 1 Earth Een couldn't compare to the Corpse Valley, it was enough to cultivate the underworld ascension method. He jumped down into the hole. In the depths of the hole, the extreme Een quality reached the normal rank 3 Earth Een. This was the limit. Wang Lin scattered the ball of light and closed his eyes to meditate. Wang Lin had cultivated the underworld ascension method once before. Picking it up again, he felt like he was very familiar with it. The cold Een energy was slowly absorbed into his body. Time passed by slowly. 3 days later, Wang Lin opened his eyes. He was deep in thought. Then, he slapped his forehead and the heaven-defying bead appeared. Drops of cold Een dew seeped out of the bead and were collected by Wang Lin one by one. Time flew by. Every day, aside from cultivating the underworld ascension method, Wang Lin didn't forget to collect the cold Een spirit liquid. After he had collected enough, He would take half of his time to enter the heaven-defying bead space and consume the cold spirit liquid to cultivate. Just like that, his progress was very fast. In just 1 month, he had condensed 2 cold cores. Only one was left before he could fuse the 3 cores and reach the core formation stage. This last cold core took a bit longer to condense. After all, Wang Lin could only condense 2 cold cores back then, but now that he was at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, there was no way he would need to cultivate for several years to condense the 3rd cold core of the underworld ascension method. As for this 3rd cold core, Wang Lin was confident that he could finish it within 3 months. Just like that, he was very calm. Every day, aside from cultivating and collecting the cold spirit liquid, he would take some time to slowly cultivate the devil. Wang Lin had tried many times before, but he couldn't directly control the devil with his divine sense. Therefore, he could only use the method of feeding the devil slowly. Speaking of the devil, it was very useful to Wang Lin. He constantly pulled out the souls from the soul flag and imprinted them with his divine sense before feeding them to the devil. The souls inside the soul flag were all cultivators from a sea of devils, and most of them were actually disciples of the fighting evil sect. According to Sang Muya's explanation, almost all of these souls were victims of the sect that fought with him over the years. After they were killed by him, he extracted their souls and sealed them inside the soul flag. Time passed bit by bit. When most of the souls inside the soul flag were devoured by the devil, a trace of Wang Lin's divine sense was quietly condensed inside the devil's body. The devil didn't even know that Wang Lin's divine sense had already appeared inside its body. It still harbored evil intentions and was secretly looking for an opportunity to escape. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had already been in closed-door cultivation for 3 months. The 3rd cold core in his body had already taken shape. In these 3 months, he went out several times. The stone chamber that Li Muin was in was filled with medicinal herbs and materials. She had even gotten some soil from somewhere and planted some spirit grasses in it. Around the spirit grasses, she had arranged some middle-grade and low-grade spirit stones according to some kind of array formation, ensuring that the spirit grasses could grow with abundant spiritual qi. A small I-5 pill furnace was placed in the center of the stone room. Next to it was a pile of dregs from failed alchemy. Ever since Wang Lin went into closed-door cultivation, Li Muin began to refine pills. In addition to the dregs on the ground, there were also some scattered jade slips. Whenever Li Muin suddenly had an inspiration or deviated, she would immediately take out the jade slips to record and search. Of the 4 stone rooms in the cave, one was used by Wang Lin for his closed-door cultivation. Aside from the alchemy room and the planting room, the last room was transformed by Li Muin into a bathroom. The fog in the Sea of Devils was very humid. Even inside the cave, the clothes on one's body would often become wet. As a girl, Li Muin really couldn't stand this. Adding on the sticky feeling on her body, it took her a lot of effort to create this bathroom. Wang Lin completely ignored this bathroom. He only needed to use his spiritual energy to absorb the cold air from his clothes into his cold core. The 9 abandonment skeleton array outside the cave abode, with the flood dragon bone as the core of the array, suddenly increased in power. According to Li Muin, this array could no longer be called the 9 abandonment skeleton array, but the 9 abandonment dragon array. Once this formation was activated, it could trap a core formation cultivator for a few months, and even a nascent soul cultivator for a few days. There was one thing that Li Muin felt regretful about, and that was that the dragon was already dead. If she could capture it alive and take its soul, then not only would the formation be able to trap people, it would also be able to attack. Anyone below the nascent soul stage would without a doubt die. Even a nascent soul cultivator would be covered in dust. Unfortunately, the soul of the dragon was too difficult to obtain, so Li Muin could only dream about it. As for the dragon core in its brain was left by Li Muin for alchemy. Once she had a better furnace, she would refine it. It took her nearly a month to cut off the flood dragon's skin with her flying sword. Then, she stacked them together for future use. In addition, there was also a tendon of the dragon. This tendon was the third magical thing in the body of the dragon, besides the bone marrow and brain core. If a refiner sacrificially refined it, the size could be controlled and it could be divided into countless branches. The last thing was a small bottle of bone marrow. This bone marrow was too precious. Even if it was used for alchemy, Li Muin was afraid that if the alchemy failed, the loss would be too great. So after handing these things to Wang Lin one by one, she reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Wang Lin kept the bone marrow and the tendon of the dragon, and left the rest to Li Muin for her to deal with. Under the skillful hands of Li Muin, the dragon skin was made into 2 inner armors. After wearing one, Wang Lin pondered for a while and threw the other inner armor, which was obviously only for women, to Li Muin. Li Muin smiled without saying anything. After receiving it, she directly put it into the storage bag without thanking him. After making the 2 inner armors, there was still a lot of the dragon skin left. Wang Lin put it into the storage bag to exchange for other materials in the future. Just like that, the entire dragon skin was turned into various treasures. Another month passed. On this day, the 3rd cold core in Wang Lin's body was finally formed. The 3 cold cores were located on his head, chest, and abdomen. Strands of cold, spiritual energy circulated between the 3 cold cores. Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with excitement. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. He was ready to fuse the cold cores back into one. Situ Nen once explained in detail the process of combining the 3 cores of the underworld ascension method. This process was divided into the initial stage and the deeper stage. If he could achieve the initial stage, then he would be half a step into the completion stage. When the deeper stage is reached, he would take the distant sky Dan and rush to the completion stage. He was 80% confident that he would be able to complete the completion stage. He didn't let Li Muin refine the distant sky Dan. After all, this required a good cauldron. There was only one half-finished distant sky Dan, so he had to make sure that it was as powerful as possible. At the same time, he made 2 preparations, which was to use the blood-sucking vines to make a substandard distant sky Dan. In the past, he felt that the cauldron of the Nando City's crafting sect was too expensive. Now that he had the dragon skin, he should be able to exchange for it. If he still couldn't get one, Wang Lin decided that he had to get one no matter what. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and began to combine the 3 cores. To be continued. Chapter 144. The primal orifice, Sea of Qi, and Dan Tian each had a cold Dan. To combine the 3 cold dawn into one was to break the balance of the 3 meridians. This would cause the 3 cold dawn to sink and merge with the Sea of Qi's cold Dan. This was the first step of merging. Once this step was achieved, the next step would be to sink to the Dan Tian and merge with the last cold Dan. Once the 3 cold dawn become one, there was a certain chance that one could break through to the completion level and form a real golden Dan. Wang Lin quietly sat in the stone tunnel. This small space was filled with dense energy. His eyes were closed, and his consciousness returned to his body. His mind was focused on the primal orifice. The first thing he needed to do was to break the primal orifice and cause the cold Dan to sink. The difficulty of combining the 3 cold dawn into one was very high. This was something Wang Lin only knew a little about before, but now he deeply felt the difficulty. Using the word very to describe it would be an understatement. In reality, the difficulty was unimaginably high. Just to break the primal orifice alone, Wang Lin had been trying to do it for a month. In this month, he was constantly trying to break the primal orifice. There was an invisible barrier around the primal orifice. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break it. The requirement to practice the underworld ascension method was to break the primal orifice, Sea of Qi, and Dan Tian 3 times in order to form the cold Dan. The difficulty increased with each time. The first time could be said to be difficult. The second time was very difficult. As for the third time, it was extremely difficult. What Wang Lin was trying to do, in reality, was equivalent to breaking the primal orifice for the 4th time. The difficulty was not hard to imagine. After many attempts, Wang Lin changed his strategy. He no longer tried to break the barrier. Instead, he slowly wore it down. Slowly, the invisible barrier thinned out as time went by. However, the pain caused by the friction of the spiritual energy in his body was not something a normal person could imagine. Even words couldn't describe it. Every time the spiritual energy rubbed against each other, Wang Lin's body would violently tremble. Large beads of sweat would fall from his forehead like rain. His clothes hadn't dried since he sat down. If one didn't have great perseverance, it would be impossible to fuse 3 cores into one. However, what Wang Lin didn't lack was perseverance. Back when he participated in the Hung Yu sex test, his perseverance was shocking. He left 2 bloody marks on the Hung Yu sex stone steps. If it wasn't for his lack of talent, with his perseverance at the time, he would definitely have been favored by the Hung Yu sect. Unfortunately, all of this had disappeared with the destruction of the Hung Yu sect. Wang Lin's perseverance was amazing. He endured unimaginable pain, and after 3 months of grinding, his ancestral acupuncture point finally broke. Wang Lin's perseverance was amazing. He endured unimaginable pain. Finally, after 3 months of rubbing, the ancestral meridian was destroyed. The fist-sized cold core slowly sank from the ancestral meridian. As it sank, a thin thread extended from it into Wang Lin's body. Every time the cold core sank, the threads would increase. Finally, the cold core landed outside of the Qi-Si meridian, only 1 meridian away from the second cold core. Another 3 months passed. The Qi-Si meridian finally disappeared with a series of popping sounds. At the same time, the 2 cold cores violently collided. Wang Lin felt a boom in his body. A terrifying force immediately erupted from the point of impact. Wang Lin's face immediately became pale. His throat moved a few times before he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The moment the blood appeared, it immediately turned into frost. It hung on the walls of the cave like red ice crystals. After the blood mist was finished, Wang Lin's body flickered and 8 low-quality spirit stones flew out of his bag of holding. The 8 spirit stones collided with each other and turned into spirit powder. They followed a certain path and landed on his body, forming a strange symbol. The symbol flickered and then disappeared. At the same time, a black flying sword flew out of the bag of holding. It circled around Wang Lin once, and then quietly floated in the air. The devil's shadow appeared on the flying sword. The devil first looked at Wang Lin and revealed a hesitant and struggling expression. But soon, the divine sense that Wang Lin had hidden in the devil's body activated. The devil didn't have the slightest thought of attacking him and began to guard the surroundings. After Wang Lin finished doing all of this, his head tilted and he fell to the ground. He only had time to set up a defensive formation before he fainted. Speaking of formations, Wang Lin had made a lot of instantaneous and simple formations in case of an emergency. The devil paced around while secretly looking at the fallen Wang Lin. He struggled in his heart and thought, should I fight him to the death? You shouldn't be faking it, right? This guy is too cunning. AI, should I fight him to the death? But if I don't fight him, then the consequences... The devil couldn't help but shiver and quickly threw this thought to the back of his head. A day later, the thought that was thrown to the back of his head slowly returned. His eyes shone as he looked at Wang Lin. He struggled in his heart once more. Fight him to the death? This is the best chance. If I miss it, I won't have another chance in the future. No, this Wang Lin is so cunning. How could he not be wary of me? He fainted and let me out. That doesn't make sense. The devil shook his head viciously and stared at Wang Lin. He continued to think, I won't fall for it. You can continue to act. The thought of fighting to the death was tossed to the back of his head once more. Another day passed, and the devil looked at Wang Lin. His heart was tempted once more. He hollered and thought to himself, I'm going to go all out. If I die, then so be it. This fellow doesn't look like he's faking it. I'm going to go all out, go all out, go all out. His eyes turned red, and he pounced towards Wang Lin. The defensive formation was useless against him. The demon passed right through and pounced onto Wang Lin's body. But then, the demon screamed again and again. His body emitted green smoke, and there were faint traces of him dissipating. He quickly retreated while howling. I knew this guy was cunning. How could he not be worried about my backlash and let me out so easily? Damn it. When did he leave his divine sense in my body? How am I going to live in the future? The demon beat his chest and stamped his feet, howling incessantly. After going through all of this, the demon squatted in the corner and stared at the wall opposite him. His mind was filled with rage and sadness. On the third day, Wang Lin awakened. He sat up and wryly smiled. He knew that he had underestimated the difficulty of fusing the three cores into one. The destructive cold energy created by the fusion of the two cold cores was the key to the fusion. This cold energy couldn't be allowed to leave his body, otherwise the merger would fail. But if he didn't, his body wouldn't be able to take it. Wang Lin's expression was dark, and he didn't say a word. The root cause was that his body couldn't take the cold energy. But Wang Lin didn't understand. How did the seniors who cultivated the Yellow Springs Ascension method merge the three cores into one? Just Situ Nan, who also cultivated the Yellow Springs Ascension method. How did he succeed? Wang Lin couldn't figure it out. Situ Nan had never mentioned this before. Wang Lin muttered to himself, "How can I make my body withstand that cold energy?" After a long time, he let out a sigh and looked at the devil in the corner. After Wang Lin woke up, the demon had been carefully sneaking glances at him. When he saw Wang Lin's gaze, his body shook, and he quickly said, "I've been protecting you." I didn't relax at all. Wang Lin reached out and grabbed the demon and threw him into the flying sword. He jumped out of the tunnel and left the stone room. Outside of Li Muin's room, Wang Lin looked inside. Li Muin was half lying on the stone table next to the cauldron. Her breathing was even and she was sleeping soundly. Her silky hair was casually placed on her head, and a few strands fell around her ears. Her face was slightly red, like she didn't have any makeup on, but her complexion was like the morning sun reflecting the snow. She wore a purple dress that made her look like a beauty from a painting. Her skin was as white as snow and made people's hearts beat faster. At this moment, the cauldron beside her emitted white gas. This scene was like a celestial beauty, like a painting. In addition, Li Muin was carefully dressed up in this stone room. The surrounding walls were covered with some green vines that she had obtained from who knows where. That kind of picturesque feeling was even stronger. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted over. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and his mind immediately became clearer. After looking for a long time, he slowly withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the next stone room. Half of the stone room was planted with a large amount of medicinal herbs, and the other half was filled with non-alchemy materials. Among these materials was the half-skull of a flood dragon. The flood dragon skeleton was too long, and the skull was especially large. It would be a waste to use it all to arrange the 9-corpse skeleton formation. Thus, Wang Lin had asked Li Muin to keep some of this skull. After giving this order, he began to fuse the 3 cores into one. Looking at the small half of the skull, Wang Lin began to ponder. This skull was purple in color and didn't look like bone. Instead, it looked like some kind of crystal. It must have been formed from a special structure within the flood dragon's body. As Wang Lin was observing it, his mind suddenly moved. He turned around and saw Li Muin yawning sleepily. She walked out of the stone room and looked at Wang Lin with surprise. Her sleepiness immediately disappeared. During these days, Li Muin's state of mind was slowly changing. She often began to let her imagination run wild, afraid that Wang Lin would turn on her. After all, people who cultivated the death curse art were often good at harvesting their primordialine. However, later, she found out that Wang Lin was in closed-door cultivation almost every day. Before, Li Muin always thought that her brother, Li Qiqing, was extremely diligent in cultivation, but after seeing Wang Lin, the word diligent immediately shifted to him. In her view, Wang Lin was already at the peak of foundation establishment, a pseudo-core formation stage. Just one more step, and he would be at the core formation stage. However, how could the core formation stage be so easy to reach? From what Li Muin knew, the fastest cultivator to reach the core formation stage in Ho Fun in thousands of years was 17 years old. However, it took him 30 years to reach the core formation stage. This person was the ancestor of Ho Fun. He was the first nascent soul cultivator in Ho Fun. He raised Ho Fun from a second rank to a third rank. However, looking at Wang Lin's appearance, he was at most 20 years old. It was impossible for him to reach the core formation stage in a short period of time. Back then, Wang Lin told her that after he reached the core formation stage, he would send her away. She bitterly smiled in her heart and sighed. If she waited for him to reach the core formation stage, it would take him hundreds of years. In her heart, she began to mock Wang Lin. If he wanted her to stay, he could have just said it. There was no need to play tricks. Li Muan hesitated a bit. She looked into Wang Lin's eyes and softly asked, "You've reached a bottleneck in your cultivation?" Her soul blood was in his hands. If he made any excessive demands, she didn't know what to do. She had been thinking about this problem for a long time. Today, when she saw him frown, she couldn't help but think about how to cultivate the death spell. He needed to absorb 3 types of energy, or else his cultivation would stagnate and easily reach a bottleneck. She calculated in her heart. Ever since he came back, he had been in closed-door cultivation for several months. During these months, he hadn't touched a woman or killed anyone. It was very likely that he had reached a bottleneck. Wang Lin didn't know what Li Muan was thinking. He glanced at her and nodded. Li Muan's heart skipped a beat. She took a few steps back, and her face turned pale again. She struggled for a bit, but in the end, she secretly clenched her teeth and bitterly smiled. I only promised to refine pills for you. I won't comply even if I die." Her voice was sobbing, filled with resentment and admiration. Wang Lin glanced at Li Muan in surprise. He turned to look at the skull and calmly asked, "Why is this flood dragon's skull this color?" "The flood dragon's body is filled with poison, so it's not strange for the skull to turn purple." She pursed her red lips and said in a low voice, "Its body is filled with poison." Wang Lin was startled and carefully examined the skull. When a flood dragon is alive, its body is filled with poison. Once it dies, the poison can change its body and turn it into a supreme treasure. The ancient books say that flood dragons are born with poison, and when they die, their bodies become treasures. The most poisonous part of a flood dragon is its bone marrow, but when it dies, its most precious part is also its bone marrow. Li Muan's voice became colder and colder, and her expression gradually became calm. Wang Lin stared at the flood dragon's skull without saying a word. His face was cloudy, and he was deep in thought. He muttered to himself, "Its body is filled with poison. This flood dragon's body is filled with poison, so why isn't it affected?" A light flashed in his mind. This light came and went quickly. Wang Lin had just grasped a clue, but he was immediately confused. Li Muan coldly glanced at Wang Lin. Seeing his eyebrows furrowed even tighter and tighter, she couldn't help but say, "This flood dragon's body was filled with poison when it was alive. Its flesh, blood, bones, internal organs, and even its saliva are filled with poison. Naturally, it won't be affected." An idea flashed through Wang Lin's mind like lightning. This idea became clearer and clearer, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. His eyebrows loosened, and finally, he, who hadn't laughed for a long time, suddenly laughed out loud. He grabbed the dragon's skull and put it into his bag of holding. "Since my body can't handle the cold energy, then I will turn my body completely into cold energy. That way, I will be able to handle it." Wang Lin took a deep breath, turned around, and walked toward Li Muan. Li Muan's face became paler and paler. She retreated to the wall, and her body trembled. She let out a bitter smile and was about to break her own heart when Wang Lin suddenly said, "The day I form my core, it will be the day I send you back to Luo He Gate." Then, without looking back, he turned around and walked out of the cave. His body jumped out of the formation, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Li Muan was completely stunned. Her mind was a mess, and all kinds of thoughts flooded her mind. In the end, she sat down on the ground along the wall. Wang Lin fully activated the Earth Escape technique, and his target was the Corpse Valley. Li Muan's words just now had cleared the clouds for him. This time, he was 100% confident he could fuse the three cores. His speed was extremely fast. 3 days later, he arrived outside the Corpse Valley. He flew in as if he was familiar with the place. He flew all the way from the first valley to the 13th valley. Outside the 13th valley, he took a deep breath and stepped in. Inside the 14th valley, there was a layer of blue frost on the ground. When Wang Lin stepped on it, strands of cold energy came from his feet and drilled into his body. Wang Lin hesitated a little, then he suddenly stomped on the ground with his right foot. Under the effect of the earth escape technique, his body sank down bit by bit. As he sank down, the Yin energy became even more dense. After he sank down about 100 feet, Wang Lin had to stop. His body was already frozen. This large amount of earth-grade Yin energy made it so that he could only go this far. If he went any deeper, not only his body, but even his soul and divine sense would be frozen into pieces. As for how deep the 14th valley was and what mysteries there were at the bottom, Wang Lin didn't have time to guess. He tried to keep his heart rate as he slowly sat down in the lotus position. Wang Lin said in his heart, "If the three cores don't fuse, I won't leave the valley." He closed his eyes. Spring passed and autumn came. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The rank 4 cultivation country sent people to deal with the fire beast disaster in Hofun. In the end, 3 soul formation cultivators used 9 days to completely subdue all of the fire beasts. They refined all of the fire beasts into a mid-quality spirit-level fire beast and brought it back to the rank 4 cultivation country. The ranks of spirit beasts were divided into 4 ranks: abnormal, spirit, desolate, and celestial. Each rank was divided into high, mid, and low quality. The fire spirit that was absorbed by the heaven-defying bead was half a step into the desolate grade. If it was ranked according to rank, it would be at the peak of high-quality spirit beast. Its descendants were all low-quality spirit beasts. The difference between the high, mid, and low-quality spirit beasts was obvious. If it wasn't for the fact that the fire spirit was weak, it wouldn't have been so easily devoured. It has to be said that a peak high-quality spirit beast is equivalent to a peak late-stage soul formation cultivator. Mid and low-quality spirit beasts are equivalent to peak late-stage nascent soul and peak late-stage core formation cultivators. The dragon that died was a mid-quality spirit beast. Although the fire beast disaster was over, Hofun really couldn't afford to clean up the hot spiritual energy in their country. They could only wait for time to slowly neutralize the hot spiritual energy. The battle with Xian Wu continued, but battles involving more than 100 people rarely happened. Most of the battles were between a few dozen people. Gradually, the Hofun Union stabilized themselves. After conquering about a third of the country, they no longer had the energy to move forward, so they stabilized. As for the battle between the cultivators of the 2 countries, it had also evolved from a life and death battle to a training ground for the disciples of the 2 countries to gain combat experience. This was quite a helpless irony for the disciples of both sides who had died on the battlefield in the previous development. As for Wang Lin, after he sank 1,000 feet into the 14th valley, he calmed down like an old monk. His heartbeat slowly slowed down, and endless Yin energy entered every part of his body and entered his flesh and blood. Slowly, the extreme Yin Qi accumulated more and more. Half a year later, the flesh and blood of his limbs had already turned blue, showing signs of crystallization. During this half a year, his heart beat a total of 983,7543 times. His body sank to 1,800 feet. After another half a year, his internal organs were all invaded by the extreme Yin Qi. The flesh and blood of his limbs began to crystallize. His hands and feet had even completely turned into blue crystals. It was as if they would shatter into pieces with just a slight knock. During this half a year, his heartbeat dropped to 487,659 times. His body sank to a depth of 730 feet. Another half a year later, the crystals had spread to his limbs. His arms and legs had all turned into blue crystals. Even his bones could be seen clearly. His torso also began to show signs of crystallization. His heart beat 3,865 times in half a year. His body sank to 1,460 feet. Another half a year later, aside from his head, his entire body had turned into blue crystals. His heart was frozen and had stopped beating. His current position was 3,672 feet above the ground. 2 years passed. In the middle of the third year, Wang Lin's head slowly turned into blue crystals. At this moment, Wang Lin's breath of life was completely gone. He had truly reached the Yellow Spring Ascension Technique's requirement, the Yellow Spring realm. His body sank to a depth of 7,979 zhong and appeared in a dark blue space. He was surrounded by countless giant skeletons of spirit beasts. For some reason, even though these skeletons were in the land of extreme negative energy, their bodies still disappeared, leaving behind a dense sea of skeletons. In the sea of bones, without exception, the color of each corpse was blue. Wang Lin sat quietly in the sea of bones for half a year. During this half a year, he used 1 month to recover his heartbeat, 2 months to recover his divine sense, and 3 months to sense the 3 cold cores. After that, the ancestral orifice cold core and the sea of chi blocking core slowly collided. The destructive cold energy appeared again. However, compared to the extreme yin energy that filled Wang Lin's body, this cold energy was slightly insignificant. The 2 cold cores easily fused together. They were inseparable and gradually condensed into one. Then, the fused cold cores continued to sink and arrived at the Dantian meridian. The invisible barrier around the meridian only lasted for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn before it collapsed layer by layer. The cold cores sank and collided with the cold cores in the Dantian. The cold energy that was 10 times stronger than before immediately appeared. This cold energy was extremely dense, but it was still a little weaker than the extreme yin energy in Wang Lin's body. Slowly, the 3 cold cores finished fusing and fused together. However, its color was not golden. Instead, it was a deathly gray. Wang Lin didn't know that the Yellow Spring Ascension technique he was cultivating was slightly different because of the heaven-defying bead and the fact that he had reached the extreme realm. The difficulty he experienced could be said to be the highest. The reason why the art of underworld ascension was known as the fastest way to form one's core was because it took a shortcut. First, it fused the cold core to form the core embryo. Then, it used the spiritual energy to break through to the golden core and enter the core formation stage. Right now, he had already completed more than half of it. All that was left was the final burst of spiritual energy. However, reaching the core formation stage was not that easy. This final burst was not in the bag. There was a certain chance of failure. If he failed, the embryo would immediately shatter, and he would have to start all over again. Recently, his body had not been in good shape. After sitting for a long time, his lower back had been hurting. Sometimes, he had to support himself against the wall for a long time before he could move. He had thought that it was an old problem and would be fine after a few days of rest. However, when he went to the hospital yesterday, after a C7 scan, the doctor said that it was a protrusion of the lumbar disc, which was a L5S1 disc. Alas, I'm only 30. This has nothing to do with writing a book. It's the root of my illness in the past. However, now that I'm writing a book every day, I sit for 7 to 8 hours. It's really hard for me. I really can't write 9,000 words a day. I can only promise that I will write 6,000 words a day, not less. If the treatment and material I is effective, I will write more. I definitely will. I didn't expect this book to stay in the top 10 of the new books. Even if it got in, I thought that it would drop in the end. Especially now that the next 3 books are only 30 votes away from catching up. At first, I didn't want to give up. The subscription for this book was not bad. It was dozens of times more than my monthly votes. However, after asking for votes for half a month, there was little effect. My heart had also calmed down. If it dropped, then so be it. It must be fate that I have no chance of being in the top 10 of the Renegade Immortal Realm. Since this is fate, I accept it. I can change Wang Lin's fate, but I can't change my own fate. After all, I'm still immortal. To be continued. Chapter 145. The three cold elements had fused into one, and the core embryo was formed. The next step was to fuse with the body. If there was no rejection, then after the spiritual energy and divine sense were nourished, the golden core would be formed and the core formation stage would be reached. The distant heaven pill was needed to increase the success rate of the spiritual energy breakthrough. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. Cracks began to appear on his body from his head down. The cracks grew larger and larger until they covered his entire body with a series of cracking sounds. As his body moved, the cracks began to split even faster. Gradually, a few pieces fell off. Wang Lin slowly stood up. His body shook violently, and the pieces of the cracks fell off as if they were blown away by a gust of wind. The clothes on his body also turned into ashes as they fell off, leaving behind only the slightly damaged flood dragon armor on his body. Wang Lin quietly stood in place and closed his eyes again. After a long time, he opened his eyes. A cold blue light flashed in his eyes, and he gradually clenched his fists. The three cores had fused into one. Although he was only half a step into core formation, his Yellow Springs Ascension method had already reached completion. A ball of blue flame emerged from the embryo and flowed along the meridians of his right hand to his fingertips, silently seeping out. At this moment, 3 inches above his right hand, there was a flame that emitted a blue light, quietly burning. When it burned, it didn't emit heat, but cold air. This blue flame was the essence of the Yellow Springs Ascension method, the Yellow Springs Flame. The moment the Yellow Springs Ice Flame appeared, the thick layer of blue crystals under Wang Lin's feet immediately emitted a white gas and showed signs of melting. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the ice flame immediately disappeared. The white gas gradually dissipated, and the blue crystals on the ground caved in. Wang Lin was secretly shocked by the power of the ice flame. He looked around and took out a set of clothes from his bag of holding. His gaze focused on the beast bones for a while, and he sank into deep thought. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he sat down cross-legged and slapped his bag of holding. The flood dragon's skull immediately flew out. Staring at the skull, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He planned to go to Nando City to exchange for a pill furnace and then have Li Muin refine the distant heaven pill. Although 3 years had passed in a flash, Wang Lin knew that Li Muin wasn't in any danger due to his connection with her soul blood. However, after seeing the countless frozen beast bones, Wang Lin's thoughts changed a bit. The War God Shrine's refining technique required a reaction furnace. After his previous failure, he didn't have any spirit beast skulls. Originally, he had asked Li Muin to keep the flood dragon skull because he wanted to refine a reaction furnace. However, because of the 3-pill fusion issue, Wang Lin wasn't confident. If he failed, then it would take too much time and effort to find spirit beast skulls to refine. But now, after seeing that he was surrounded by beast bones, the idea of making a reaction furnace appeared in his mind again. He took a deep breath and recalled the method of making a reaction furnace from the refining jade slip. After a while, he took out the jade slip and looked at it again. He clapped his hands together, and when he opened them, threads of spirit light appeared between his palms. Wang Lin's face revealed a dignified expression as he threw his hands up, and the spirit threads immediately flew up. Wang Lin didn't even blink as he put his hands together again and repeated the cycle. Slowly, more and more spirit threads appeared in front of him and became denser and denser. Finally, they turned into a spirit silk that emitted waves of light. After finishing this, Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief. The first step of making a reaction furnace, pulling the silk out of the cocoon, was completed. Now, he needed to test whether the furnace embryo could withstand the smelting of the spirit threads. He pointed at the flood dragon skull, and the spirit threads turned into a silk and quickly wrapped around the skull. Wang Lin focused his mind and carefully observed. He saw the spirit threads slowly fusing into the skull, and the color of the skull gradually faded from purple. However, not long after, a cracking sound suddenly rang out from the skull. following which cracks appeared on the area where the spirit silk had wrapped around it. In the end, the entire skull shattered into pieces and fell to the ground with a bang, leaving only the spirit silk hanging in the air, giving off bursts of spiritual power fluctuations. Wang Lin secretly sighed, but then his eyes revealed a look of unwillingness. He swept his eyes around and jumped up, grabbed the spirit threads in the air, and quickly came to the side of a huge beast bone and pressed it down. This beast bone was about 500 to 600 feet long and emitted a gray color. Its skull was also very big, almost as big as the broken flood dragon bone. The moment the spirit threads fused into the beast bone, they immediately passed through it. Wang Lin was startled and tried again. The spirit threads passed through the beast bone without any obstruction. Wang Lin stared at the beast bone, his eyes flashing. This beast bone was wrapped in a layer of blue ice crystals. It looked like a crystal. He grabbed the bone with his right hand and squeezed it. The bone made a cracking sound, but it didn't break. Wang Lin pondered for a while and waved his hand. The underworld ice flame flew out from his palm. As soon as the ice flame approached the beast bone, waves of white air spread out from it. The closer the ice flame got, the more air waves there were. The blue crystals wrapped around it quickly dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, all of them disappeared, revealing the gray beast bone underneath. Without hesitation, Wang Lin grabbed the spirit threads and pressed them down. This time, the spirit threads wrapped around the skull. But after the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, the color of the beast bone changed 3 times, and then it shattered into dust. The spirit threads floated out. There were a lot less spirit threads, and the spirit energy was weaker than before. Wang Lin frowned. The difficulty of creating this reaction furnace was far beyond his imagination. The reason why the War God Temple had so few people mastering the refining technique must have a lot to do with this reaction furnace. For others, obtaining the skull of a spirit beast was already a great fortune. But to create a reaction furnace, the best requirement was to use the skull of a spirit beast that had just died, and the skull of a powerful spirit beast was the best. If the spirit beast had been dead for a long time, the chances of using its skull would be much lower. Of course, if one could obtain the skull of a desolate beast, regardless of whether it had just died or not, the chances would increase by several times. Because of this, the difficulty would naturally increase. When the flood dragon had just died, Wang Lin thought that if he had refined it immediately, the success rate might have been higher. But at that time, his mind was not on refining, and all he wanted was to form his core as soon as possible. Wang Lin lightly snorted and looked at the boundless sea of bones around him. He couldn't calculate how many spirit beast bones there were. I don't believe that with so many spirit beast bones, I can't make a reaction furnace. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He put his palms together and pulled out the spirit threads to replenish the spirit threads. Then he grabbed the spirit threads and pressed them on another spirit beast bone. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the spirit beast bone shattered again. This happened again and again. Wang Lin himself didn't know how many spirit beast bones he had broken. He only knew that he had replenished the spirit threads more than 100 times. His eyebrows furrowed more and more. Finally, Wang Lin leaped into the air and coldly looked around. Then he grabbed the spirit threads and threw them out. The spirit threads immediately turned into circles of ripples that rotated around Wang Lin's body. He put his palms together and pulled them apart. Every time he did this, some spirit threads would appear and fuse with the spirit threads. Gradually, as Wang Lin's speed increased, the spirit threads fused with the spirit threads like rain, and the size of the spirit threads gradually increased. The spirit threads around his body also increased in size. Wang Lin didn't stop. In one breath, he transformed all the spirit energy in his body into spirit threads, and then immediately drank a few mouthfuls of spirit energy liquid to transform again. Time passed, and the spirit threads around his body grew larger and larger. It had already spread out more than 300 meters. Still not enough, thought Wang Lin to himself. Then, he drank more spirit energy liquid and continued to transform. Slowly, the spirit threads grew larger until they were 3,000 meters wide. Wang Lin took a deep breath and let out a low shout. He lifted both hands up, and his divine sense leaped out to control the spirit threads and press them down. At the same time, the ice flame followed. Amidst the continuous rumbling sounds, the spirit beast bones within 3 meters were like huge waves, lifting up layer after layer of bone ash. Wherever the bone ash passed, there was no bone that could resist it. One by one, they turned into ash and joined the bone waves. Among the ashes, there were also countless wisps of white smoke. It was a spectacular sight. After the white smoke dissipated, there was nothing left within 3 meters. Wang Lin gritted his teeth and once again used the spirit energy liquid to create more spirit threads. Then, he changed directions and pressed down again. The bone waves surged, and after the white smoke dissipated, Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He saw a human-sized beast skeleton lying alone in the empty space 3,000 meters wide. Wang Lin's face revealed a happy expression. His body sank down, and he immediately flew over. He looked at the skeleton for a while and saw that it was an extremely ordinary skeleton. The color of the bones was slightly white, and they were slightly thin. They looked extremely ordinary. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He pointed his right hand toward the sky, and the spirit threads were suddenly grabbed by an invisible hand and pressed toward the skull of the small beast. The color of the skull immediately changed. Once, twice, thrice. After changing 9 times, there was a cracking sound. The skull separated from the spine and slowly floated up from the ground. The spirit threads had already completely merged with the skull. After changing color 9 times, the shape of the skull gradually changed until it was shaped like a bowl. Waves of spirit energy were emitted from it. Wang Lin held it in his hand and began to examine it. The origin of the war god shrine's refining technique was unknown. Rumor has it that it was discovered by the ancestors of the war god shrine at the same time as the heavenly Tao technique. After the descendants cultivated it separately, they spent a lot of time and effort to study it. Finally, they divided it into different categories and sorted out a set of steps. Among them, the reaction furnaces were divided into 10 grades. The higher the grade, the better the effect. The way to distinguish the grade was also very simple. The moment the reaction furnace was created, the number of times the color changed represented the grade. Wang Lin muttered to himself. He felt a bit regretful. After spending so much effort and using the mysterious sea of bones, he still couldn't make a 10th grade reaction furnace. However, 9th grade was better than nothing. Wang Lin took out the jade slip and carefully examined it again. Wang Lin didn't know that the jade slip didn't have a detailed introduction. Even the current master of the War God Shrine's refining hall, the nascent soul stage cultivator, only had a 6th grade reaction furnace. The rest of the reaction furnaces were all 3rd grade and below. The reason why Wang Lin's reaction furnace was 9th grade was directly related to the seemingly ordinary beast bone. This beast bone was the bone of an extremely rare desolate beast in this sea of bones. After a desolate beast died, its bones weren't much different from other spirit beasts. If it wasn't for the fact that he had studied it, it would be difficult to distinguish it. Wang Lin took back the jade slip and pondered for a while. The War God Shrine's refining technique focused on 3 processes: adjustment, fusion, and combination. Adjustment is like opening, fusion is like a plate, and combination is like a horn. Without blinking, Wang Lin took out some materials from his storage bag and threw them into the skull reaction furnace one by one. These materials were some refining materials recorded in the jade slip. After Wang Lin memorized them, he also found some in his storage bag. Bloodstone, after catalyzing with spiritual force, could produce a high temperature. Purple moon vine, as a kind of vegetation, after catalyzing with the heavenly dipper wood, could play a role in decomposition. Heavenly dipper wood was a kind of wood-attributed material, and its function was corrosion. Wang Lin had all 3 of these materials in his bag of holding. Although it wasn't much, it should be enough to refine treasures. Before he got the jade, Wang Lin didn't know anything about these materials from the foreign battleground. But now, he at least had some understanding of the materials needed to refine treasures. He put the purple moon vine in the reactor, and every time he put a piece of it in, he would smash it with animal bones. At the same time, spiritual force was injected into it. As more and more purple moon vine was put in, a viscous purple liquid gradually accumulated in the reaction furnace. Staring at the reaction furnace, Wang Lin muttered to himself, as if he was calculating something. After a while, his eyes flashed, and he flicked a drop of his blood into the furnace. At this moment, a few bubbles immediately appeared in the reaction furnace. Wang Lin unhurriedly spread out his divine sense and focused it on the reaction furnace. Spiritual force flowed in smoothly. The refining jade slip had a detailed introduction to the role of the reaction furnace. In the introduction, it said that this kind of refining technique was unconventional. It used the reaction furnace as a carrier. Through it, the refiner could manipulate the materials inside and change them. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He hesitated for a moment, then quickly took out the heavenly dipper wood, gently crushed it, and sprinkled it into the reaction furnace. The purple liquid immediately bubbled, emitting a pungent smell. Then, Wang Lin took out the only piece of bloodstone and threw it in. After doing this, his expression became serious. His hands formed a seal, and a few rays of light shot out. Gradually, the liquid inside the reaction furnace condensed into a purple ball. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then waved his right hand. The ball split into two. One floated up, and the other sunk into the reaction furnace. Under Wang Lin's control, the floating ball slowly rose. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then placed his hands between his eyebrows and his chest. With a bit of force, he immediately forced out a mouthful of Violet Kingdom spiritual energy from his body and spat it out. This spiritual energy immediately entered the ball. The first step of the War God Temple's refining technique, transfer, was completed. Next was the second step, fusion. This fusion required the tool, embryo. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and flying swords of various sizes quickly flew out. There was a total of 35 flying swords, and he threw them into the air one by one. Wang Lin pointed at one of the flying swords. The flying sword immediately flew out and stabbed into the ball. Slowly, the tip of the sword melted, and the entire flying sword was fused into the ball. Next, the remaining 34 flying swords were all fused into the ball under Wang Lin's control. Finally, the ball released a dazzling 7-colored light. The entire process, from the moment he placed the first purple moon vine in until now, had lasted for 2 hours. During these 2 hours, Wang Lin was completely focused. Not only did he not relax, but he became even more serious. After staring at the ball for a while, he took out the black flying sword. This flying sword could be said to have gone through thick and thin with Wang Lin. From when he first obtained it, to when he killed Zhang Hu's master, to when it drank Teng Li's blood, to when he fought the Juming Valley, to when his body was destroyed and his divine sense was taken away by Situ Nan, the flying sword embryo shattered. Only a sliver of the sword spirit was able to survive because it was refined by Wang Lin's divine sense. After that, Wang Lin found a few embryos for it, but the results weren't good. At this moment, the new embryos, this black flying sword, had become dented after a few teleportations, and it looked a bit battered. Wang Lin grabbed the flying sword with his right hand and gently touched it. A sword imp came out of the flying sword, and an illusion of a sword floated in front of Wang Lin. At the same time, the demon came out of the flying sword and floated to the side. He looked around in a daze, and no one knew what he was thinking. Wang Lin took a deep breath and reached out with his hand. The ball immediately flew in, and he gritted his teeth. The flying sword didn't stop at all and charged into the ball. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and tightly wrapped around the ball. The last step of the War God Shrine's refining technique, fusion, began. Time slowly passed. The ball slowly stretched and solidified. After an unknown amount of time, a dragon's roar came from within, and a crystal-clear flying sword slowly appeared in front of Wang Lin. The moment the flying sword appeared, a whirlpool of spiritual energy appeared. It spun a few times around Wang Lin before merging into the flying sword. Wang Lin looked at the crystal flying sword. After a long time, he opened his mouth, and the flying sword turned into a ray of crystal light and flew into his mouth. The demon was startled and rubbed his hands. He forced a smile and said, "This, you made it so fragrant. Where will I live in the future?" Wang Lin raised his head and looked at him. He waved his right hand, and the dragon tendon flew out of his bag of holding. He reached into the reaction furnace, and the ball that had sunk into it floated out. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and the dragon tendon flew into the ball. After refining it for a while, the ball became smaller and smaller until it turned back into the dragon tendon. However, this time the tendon was golden. Wang Lin looked at the devil, and the devil quickly entered the tendon. He waved his right hand, and the dragon tendon fell down. Wang Lin looked at it for a bit before putting it into his bag of holding. He looked up at the blue crystal wall above him, and the yellow spring's ice flame appeared. His body jumped up, and he flew out. Like a hot knife through butter, he charged out from tens of thousands of feet underground. His speed was too fast, and with the destructive power of the yellow spring's ice flame, the entire corpse valley began to shake. The expressions of the cultivators that were looking for beast bones all changed. They didn't know what was going on, but they all flew out of the corpse valley. The shaking became more and more intense. A few sharp-eyed cultivators immediately saw a roar coming from the direction of the 14th valley. Then a black shadow rushed up and instantly flew into the fog above, disappearing. After a long time, these cultivators all looked at the 14th valley in confusion. All kinds of speculations began to spread. Finally, there was a rumor that there was a corpse that had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years inside the corpse valley. This corpse had suddenly awakened, which caused the corpse valley to shake. The black shadow that flew out was actually this corpse that had cultivated to become a spirit. After Wang Lin flew out, he didn't stop and quickly flew south. According to the information he got from Sangmia, Nando City was in the extreme south, about 300,000 kilometers away from the corpse valley. Wang Lin knew that he had spent a lot of time refining, so he flew very fast. Right now, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to change to a pill furnace and refine the distant heaven pill. 2 days and 2 nights later, Wang Lin saw a huge black city. This city was very big, and he couldn't even see the end of it. This was one of the 999 cities in the Sea of Devils, Nando. The reason it was called Nando was because of the name of the city lord. The city lord was of the nascent soul stage and had countless powerful cultivators under him. He could be considered an overlord. Basically, in the Sea of Devils, owning a city represented a certain level of status, and the city lord was very famous. Below the city lord were large and small sections. These sects all had different levels of strength, but no matter what, none of them could compare to the prestige of a city lord. Luckily, the city lord of Nando City disappeared 500 years ago, so the surrounding area was like a headless dragon. This allowed the large and small sects to develop, and a few large sects like the Fighting Evil sect appeared. Nando City became an ownerless city in the Sea of Devils and was controlled by a few large sections. However, Nando City was at the edge of the Sea of Devils, so it was very poor in resources and spirit veins. Nascent soul cultivators normally wouldn't come here, so there was no nascent soul cultivator here. As for core formation cultivators, there were a lot of them. Someone once predicted that if a nascent soul cultivator appeared here, that person would naturally become the new city lord. In the past 500 years, it wasn't that no nascent soul cultivator wanted to become the city lord, but they couldn't stay for long. They couldn't stand the thin spiritual energy and poor environment here, so they gave up one by one. Over time, no nascent soul cultivator was willing to come here anymore. After all, there were thousands of cities in the Sea of Devils, so there was no need to stay in Nando City. Right now, Nando City was controlled by the Heaven-Punishing Sect, the Soul-Destroying Sect, and the One Heaven Sect. Although the Fighting Evil Sect had the right to enter, with the alliance of the 3 sects, they couldn't take a single step inside. After all, there was a big difference between 3 sects and 4 sections. No one was short-sighted enough to sit back and watch the fighting evil sect destroy the other sections. That was why the 3 sects had the same attitude on this matter. After paying 10 low-quality spirit stones and obtaining an entry token, Wang Lin quickly entered Nando City. His goal was the treasure refining pavilion on the east side of the city. The treasure refining pavilion had 3 floors. The higher the floor, the more expensive the treasures. When Wang Lin arrived, there were 7 or 8 cultivators on the first floor. They were bargaining with a few workers. "I'm late, but luckily I made it in time. I'm really sorry." To be continued. Chapter 146. Before Wang Lin entered, he had already taken out a black robe from his bag of holding to cover his face. After entering, he scanned his surroundings. The magic treasures on the first floor were mainly flying swords. Most of them were not ordinary and were placed delicately in embroidered boxes. There were seals on both sides of the boxes to prevent sword energy from leaking out. In addition, in the middle of the first floor, there was a cylindrical crystal wall. Inside were 3 flying swords in a triangular formation with their tips pointing downwards. These 3 flying swords flickered between light and dark, sometimes shining brightly. Seeing that Wang Lin was staring at the crystal wall, a shop assistant walked over. He was around 20 years old and had a clever expression. As he walked, he had already sized up Wang Lin. Covering one's face was a very common thing. Often, some customers would dress up like this because they didn't want others to see their faces. He had a method from the crafting sect to identify the other person's cultivation level. However, the more he looked, the more he felt strange. After using a secret technique, he found that the other person's cultivation level was sometimes core formation and sometimes peak foundation establishment. Although the shop assistant was surprised, he didn't show it on his face. He said respectfully, "Does Senior like these flying swords?" Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and looked at the shop assistant. He could immediately see that the shop assistant was at level 8 or 9 of qi condensation. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he said softly, "Does your sect sell alchemy furnaces?" The shop assistant smiled and nodded. "Senior, in the entire Nando City, I'm afraid only the crafting sect sells alchemy furnaces. These aren't things that ordinary people can afford. If Senior needs them, please follow me to the second floor." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he walked up the stairs. The shop assistant walked a few steps and guided him. The moment he stepped on the stairs, Wang Lin's gaze swept across the first floor and landed on a cultivator who was bargaining. After pondering for a bit, he walked up the stairs. After reaching the second floor, the shop assistant went straight to a middle-aged man sitting on a wrought-tan chair on the right side of the room. He whispered a few words into his ear and turned to go downstairs. The middle-aged man's face was pale and his eyes flashed. He stood up and clasped his hands. "Fellow cultivator, what kind of furnace do you want? Please tell me." Wang Lin looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's cultivation level was the same as his late-stage foundation establishment. Wang Lin was a bit surprised. The treasure refining pavilion had 3 floors. The first floor was for qi condensation, the second floor was for foundation establishment, and the third floor was for core formation cultivators. His expression was calm as he said, "Can you take out some for me to take a look?" The middle-aged man laughed and said, "Fellow cultivator, please. Fellow Taoist, please take a seat. I'll go get it for you." He said he and he and he and Dao, he and he Dao and of Dao Dao. Following that, 3 peerless beauties wearing palace muslin gracefully walked out from within. Each of them carried a white jade tray in their hands, and on each tray were 3 2-foot square mahogany boxes. The 3 wooden boxes were the same size, but some of the patterns engraved on them were different. In addition, there were some seals on the 3 wooden boxes. The 3 girls walked to within 5 feet of Wang Lin. Their gazes landed on his black robe. The middle-aged man took out a wooden box, placed it on the table, and said, "Fellow cultivator, this is a mysterious cyan pill furnace made from the azure astral rock and mystic fog crystal. It took me 49 months to refine. It is rank 3. With that, he slapped the wooden box and the box opened, revealing a delicate furnace the size of a fist. Wang Lin's expression was calm. When Li Muan told him about the furnace, she said that she only had a rank 2 furnace. Only a rank 4 furnace or higher could ensure that the distant heaven pill wouldn't have too many problems. After glancing at it, Wang Lin didn't say anything and looked away. The middle-aged man chuckled and waved his hand. The wooden box on the table disappeared and returned to the girl's hand. He walked past the second girl and picked up the third girl's jade box. He gently placed it on the table and smiled. I believe fellow cultivator wants to refine a rare quality pill. This is a furnace made from the cores of 99 low-quality spirit beasts in the Sea of Devils. If you use it to refine a pill, there's a high chance that it will absorb the spirit beast's core aura and increase the quality of the pill. As he spoke, he slapped the wooden box with his right hand. The wooden box quickly opened to reveal a blood-red pill furnace. If one looked closely, they would discover that 99 ferocious-looking spirit beasts were engraved on the outside of the pill furnace. These spirit beasts were vivid and lifelike, and traces of weak spirit energy fluctuations were emitted from them. This was the spirit energy that seeped out from the seal. If the seal was opened, the spirit energy would immediately soar into the sky. This 100-beast furnace caused even Wang Lin's heart to skip a beat. However, on the surface, his expression didn't change at all. The middle-aged man touched the wooden box and said, "Fellow cultivator, you should know that a low-ranked spiritual beast is equivalent to a core formation cultivator. My sect spent a lot of effort and years to successfully create this spiritual cauldron of spiritual beasts. Its quality has already reached the 5th rank." Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, pondered a little, and asked, "What is the price?" The middle-aged man faintly smiled and said, 100,000 high-quality spirit stones. That is the standard price. Or you can take out a treasure that is about this price." Hearing this price, even though Wang Lin was already mentally prepared, his heart still sank. This pill furnace was extremely expensive. No wonder the Fighting Evil sect's headmaster spent more than half of the sect's spirit stones to buy one. The middle-aged man's smile remained on his face. He calmly poured himself a cup of tea. After taking a sip, he said, "Fellow cultivator, this 100-beast furnace is indeed expensive. Why don't you exchange it for another one?" The previous profound azure pill furnace was also priced at 100,000 spirit stones. However, it was a middle-quality spirit stone, which is equivalent to 10,000 high-quality spirit stones. Wang Lin glanced at the middle-aged man and slapped his storage pouch. A piece of flood dragon skin immediately flew out and laid flat on the table. Flood dragon skin armor? The middle-aged man's tone was slightly surprised. He picked it up and looked at it for a while. After pondering for a moment, he raised his head and said, "This is the middle-quality flood dragon skin armor. How many of these things do you have?" Wang Lin's expression was calm. He didn't answer and instead asked, "How many can I exchange for the 100-beast furnace?" The middle-aged man lowered his head and calculated. He raised his head to look at Wang Lin and said, "If it is more than 10 feet long, then I can exchange for an entire set of flood dragon skin armor." Without saying a word, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the flood dragon skin armor piled up like a mountain in front of the middle-aged man. Wang Lin didn't even look at it. He grabbed the box with the 100-beast furnace and walked down the stairs. The middle-aged man's breathing became a bit rough. He quickly looked at the flood dragon skin armor and scanned it with his divine sense. Even if it wasn't an entire set, it wasn't too far off. A whole set of mid-quality flood dragon skin armor. It has to be said that a mid-quality flood dragon skin armor was equivalent to a peak nascent soul cultivator. Even in the Sea of Devils, a mid-quality flood dragon skin armor could be considered an overlord. Although the middle-aged man was very knowledgeable, he had only seen a few pieces of mid-quality flood dragon skin armor. As for a whole set of flood dragon skin armor, he had only seen low-quality flood dragon skin armor. This was the first time he had seen a mid-quality flood dragon skin armor. By the time he raised his head, Wang Lin had already put the wooden box into his bag of holding and quickly walked down the stairs. Wang Lin knew that one shouldn't show off one's wealth. This was why he disguised himself and covered his face. However, he was still worried. After all, although he didn't know as much about the flood dragon skin armor as the middle-aged man, he knew that it was a rare treasure. If the middle-aged man became greedy and thought about the other treasures inside the flood dragon skin armor, things would become complicated. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Wang Lin wouldn't trade the flood dragon skin armor. The first reason was because the price of the furnace was too high. Aside from the spirit liquid, he only had the flood dragon skin armor. In comparison, if he took out the spirit liquid, which was even more heaven-defying, the consequences would be even more serious. Therefore, after thinking about it for a bit, he decisively took out the flood dragon skin armor and left. After leaving the artifact refining pavilion, Wang Lin coldly looked across. When he entered the second floor, he noticed that someone was spying on him. Therefore, he left a trace of his divine sense inside the person's body. Now that he came out, he immediately sensed that the person was in the inn across from him. There were many people in the inn, and beside the person who left his divine sense were 3 core formation cultivators. Wang Lin pondered for a while and didn't detonate his divine sense. Instead, he continued walking. After turning a few corners, he stepped on the ground and activated the earth escape technique. However, there was a flash of white light, but Wang Lin didn't sink into the ground. The entire Nando city was surrounded by a restriction, which affected the use of the earth escape technique. Wang Lin frowned and quickly flew toward the city gate. Not long after he flew out, a dark and thin cultivator appeared where Wang Lin had just used the earth escape technique. He stared in the direction that Wang Lin flew and licked his lips. Greed appeared in his eyes. This cultivator was one of the many people who were haggling over the price when Wang Lin entered the first floor. His name was Wei San, a disciple sent by fighting evil to Nando City. When he saw Wang Lin enter the second floor, he immediately had an idea. He pretended to casually glance around and watch from afar. After leaving the pavilion, he also sent a message to his fellow disciples in Nando City. After waiting for a long time, he finally saw Wang Lin come down. He calculated the time and guessed that Wang Lin must have exchanged for some valuable magic treasures. He couldn't help but have evil intentions. However, he couldn't see through Wang Lin's cultivation level. He guessed that Wang Lin was a core formation cultivator, so he couldn't help but want to retreat. However, when his fellow disciples arrived and he saw that there were 3 elders from the sect, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly explained everything in detail. More than 10 people appeared beside him. Their cultivation levels varied, but most of them were at the foundation establishment stage. However, among them, there were 3 people whose bodies were shrouded in black mist. These 3 people were the core formation cultivators that Wang Lin was worried about. Elder, I didn't think that the 3 of you would also be in Nando City. I'm sure that Wang Lin must have some treasure on him. Wei San turned around and bowed. Wei San, you're exaggerating. I really thought he was a core formation cultivator. He's just a pseudo-core cultivator. What treasure could he have? We've waited for so long. What a waste of time. A hoarse voice came from within the black mist. His tone was filled with anger. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.